Employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we believe in giving you the tools you need to pursue your healthiest life. From premiums as low as $0 per month to health discounts and cash rewards, it pays to have coverage with Independence. With the strongest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free 24/7 virtual doctor visits, you can feel confident that quality care is always within reach. Learn more about your coverage options at ibx.com.
I'm Mark Luca, president of Aqua Pennsylvania. At Aqua, we recognize that we all need a helping hand sometimes. If you or someone you know needs assistance with your water or wastewater bills, we're here to help. Aqua Pennsylvania's Customer Assistance Program can help make monthly bills more manageable. Call 888-282-6816 to learn more and see if you qualify. That's 888-282-6816. Aqua, an essential utilities company providing clean, safe, reliable water.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, November 6th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist and Anthony Terenzo, our associate producers. Oh, do we have a good show for you today? Absolutely loaded, all the way up until the cut sheet. Big topics, big issues, no big guests, because that's Dom's slogan, and I don't want to get sued for copyright infringement. Mm-hmm. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Getting used to the time change. Daylight saving time.
Horrendous.
I know.
Is.
If either of you had a good night's sleep in the last 2 nights, I envy you.
Yeah?
It's just like I'm up every hour. Like, what time is it? I hate this. I hate this.
It is awful. It was like the first quarter of the Eagles game was not even over yesterday, and it was dark.
I know.
And I'm like, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
depressing.
It's so depressing.
It really is.
Like, I'm up at like 2:45 because it feels like 3:45, and then, it's just like, oh, God.
I know. Soccer, other than that, how are you?
I'm good, buddy. Thank you very much for asking.
All right, very good. A lot of good things to get to this morning. Obviously, a very big Eagles win. We'll hit on that in the news. I thought what transpired Saturday night outside of the White House was fascinating from the standpoint of who is triggered and angry, despite the fact that the administration has kind of slanted most of their support in that group's favor.
It's really...
Makes me... My head was ready to explode Saturday night.
It's really something, isn't it?
I was ready to call for a ceasefire on Twitter. I'm like, Alabama and LSU are on. Can you not wait till this is over?
Oh, by the way, I owe you money, don't I, for that game?
You do?
Yeah.
Yeah, they covered.
Yeah, they covered in
the fourth
then
quarter.
some.
And then some. Same thing with the Eagles. Also, John Fetterman is being criticized by his own base. Kamala Harris's stepdaughter is funding the opposition.
Unbelievable.
I'm telling you, man. I never saw this coming. I really didn't. And also, Donald Trump is crushing Joe Biden in 5 out of 6 battleground states. But are we taking the bait? We'll get to that as we continue. And very important things when it comes to elections coming up. Big day locally tomorrow in the city, in the suburbs with schools. We will get to Bucks County. And also, pay attention to what's going on in other states when it comes to 18 months later after Roe v. Wade. We'll get to that as we continue as well. So we are absolutely loaded today. And I didn't even mention the cut sheet. And that's going to be stacked as well.
Yeah, I think I last kind of 18 cuts.
Oh, good.
To get through. So.
Get ready for like an hour and 25-minute cut sheet this morning from like 7:45 to noon.
Look, I bring it. Every day I bring it. Thank you very much.
All right, and one person that always brings it, and she has the hardware to prove it. 6:05, round number 1. Here's the news with the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning this Monday morning, November 6th, sponsored by Wawa in Kayal and Company News Live. We'll have the full report, including an injury update for you, as last night the Eagles kept us at the at the end of our seats right there, but we'll talk about all Eagles news and have some highlights for you. This morning, a man is dead after an officer-involved shooting in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. The county coroner confirming a 40-year-old man has died after an officer-involved shooting happened on Elm Avenue. This is Northampton Township in Bucks County. I know there was a lot of police activity, a lot of people wondering what is going on here. So we know that the man involved in that shooting taken to St. Mary Medical Center, where he was pronounced dead. And the coroner also says the man whom officers ultimately shot was armed with a knife, at least during that incident. These are preliminary reports we're just getting in, as this is a developing story. It started late last night and went overnight into this morning. So we're not getting a ton of details here. That's all I've got so far. But so far, I've not heard that any of the officers were injured. So we'll continue to follow that one. We have a report of a delivery driver injured after being shot and carjacked in Philadelphia. It happened after 6 p.m. in the Port Richmond neighborhood while the victim was making a delivery right around dinner time. Officers dispatched to the scene for reports of that shooting, and police say when they arrived, they found a 65-year-old man shot multiple times. So they say the delivery driver was coming into a woman's home or coming toward her home on the 2800 block of Salmon Street to drop off dinner when this entire shocking incident unfolded. So their neighbors certainly are shaken. The community's shaken. Once police arrived, they say the victim was transported to a nearby hospital, but officers say he was shot in the chest, torso, and back as he was trying to return to his vehicle. So he's now in stable condition this morning.
Not even safe to deliver products these days.
Oh, my
Jesus.
goodness. And everybody in the community speaking out about it, saying they're praying for him today, hoping that he'll make it.
Mm-hmm.
But certainly shaken, searching for that suspect. SEPTA officials, by the way, this morning warning riders that passengers aboard SEPTA, or commuters, I should say, may experience delays today. Why? Because SEPTA employees are paying their final respects to a fallen driver we talked about who was killed. This is 48-year-old Bernard Gribben, shot and killed by a passenger October 26th. You may recall we had talked about this case. He was behind the wheel of his bus on SEPTA in Philadelphia's Germantown neighborhood. That suspect ID'd as 21-year-old Zonte Capers, charged with murder and other offenses in Mr. Gribben's death. And you may recall he was a 12-year employee of the Transit Authority, lived with his wife and family in the Abington section of Montgomery County, and so also a military veteran. So his funeral services are actually being held on Long Island, New York this morning. However, so many SEPTA coworkers and employees are attending the funeral there.
Yeah, take the trip up there.
Yeah. So that's why they have shortages of workers.
Wow.
So just want to give you that heads up.
Yeah.
All right. So much more to talk about. We'll talk a lot about daylight, all the impact of daylight savings time, of course, saving time. And of course, we have a lot of previews election wise for tomorrow, Election Day. Hope you're registered. Everybody get out the vote. But man, those Philadelphia Eagles.
Where do you want to start?
Oh, my goodness.
I guess we should start with they won the game, but my God, where do we start?
Yeah. All right. We won. That's the good news.
Yes.
But if you watched, you were literally on the edge of your seat. So, yes, 28-23 win over the Dallas Cowboys. Let's and Jalen, we have an injury update on Dallas Goedert and Jalen Hurts as well with his knee issue. But let's talk about somebody we talked about after making those notorious headlines and responding to some DMs that, he should not have. Kenny Gainwell started off the day, he should be pretty proud, with the first touchdown of the game.
Hurts on first down, gives it to Gainwell, heads to the outside, he's at the 5, he leaps, he's in, touchdown!
Boy, what a great block by Jason Kelsey on the outside. Kelsey snaps the ball. He gets out on the perimeter. He and Lane Johnson. So Lane gets the kick out. Kelsey gets the pin, and there's an alley down the right side.
I got to imagine if he checked his DMs at halftime, Dawn, there was nothing but positives in there. I would hope.
By the way, Merrill sounds a little under the weather there.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. I noticed that.
Or maybe just, lost his voice.
I actually had to listen to the game on WIP yesterday and mute the TV because I can't stand Greg Olson on Fox.
Agreed.
I very rarely ever do that and mute the TV and go to a radio broadcast unless I'm driving and that's the only mode of listening. But Greg Olson just can't shut his mouth. He's just not. He's got diarrhea. It's like, dude, enough.
It's like Greg Stalker.
Well, you guys kind of look alike. You both have blonde hair.
Yeah, it's something about the name Greg.
The blonde Gregs.
We're all blondes.
Yep.
Well, the brotherly shove continues to create controversy league-wide, but not in Philadelphia. That doesn't stop Jalen Hurts from going in for the go-ahead touchdown in the second quarter to tie it all up.
Line them up in the trenches, and they're expecting the shove.
They sneak,
and it's in.
and they score.
Nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do about that. It's exactly what they do. Dallas brings in a couple of their heaviest bodies to get on the inside to try and combat the shove. There's nothing they can do about it.
Let me ask you this, Greg.
Yeah.
How much would it cost for you to get in front of Jason Kelsey and take the pounding that you're going to take when they run that little tush push?
Well, one of the Dallas players kneed him in the face, and he grabbed him and he screamed at him. It was amazing.
I know.
Yeah.
Crossing Broad, I think, captured a slow-mo of it. It looks like Kelsey looks like this Icelandic warrior yelling in his victim's face before he's ready to rip their guts out.
This may be a violation, but I don't care. I want to say it anyway. I had the 3-screen up yesterday with all 3 games.
Good for you.
The Giants tried the tush push.
And they failed?
They failed miserably. It's really the Eagles. It's only the Eagles that can do that play. It's
often
amazing.
imitated, never duplicated.
Exactly.
Yeah, we should also say there was a scare with Hurts.
Yeah.
In the final minutes of the first half, and he was hit by that big defensive lineman, DeMarcus Lawrence, and wrapped for a sack by linebacker Micah Parsons. Hurts stumbles as he stands up, and we all went, "Oh my God!"
Oh, I was ready to puke.
Right?
I was like, "Please don't be hurt."
Please, we're like,
God,
"No."
I can't watch Marcus Mariota.
I was just gonna say you don't have faith in Marcus Mariota.
No.
He was in for one snap.
I know.
Yeah.
Just get to halftime and get that knee brace off and get checked.
Yep.
So he took the moment on the sideline, collected himself. They called that timeout, and our prayers were answered. He came back.
Thank God.
All right, real quick, I'll try to get through the next two. Cowboys wouldn't give in during the second half, and that was most apparent with this touchdown gaining on the Eagles late. This is cut C.
4th and goal at the 2.
Where are your big guys? Make sure your biggest guys are in the trenches and make sure that they knock the Cowboys off the ball.
Prescott takes the snap. He fires, and it is a touchdown. It is a touchdown as he gets it to Luke Schoonmaker, the tight end at the goal line.
I know.
It's a touchdown.
80 years old. He's
caught by Schoonmaker.
Sounds like he's definitely fighting a cold.
Yeah. It seems like he let a lot of the talking up to Mike Quick, who's just fabulous.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So the Eagles did all they could on Dallas's final drive to cough up the game. Dak Prescott, he needed to move the Cowboys 86 yards in 46 seconds for the potential winning score.
And he
promptly
almost did.
Oh my! I'm like I couldn't sit down for that. He got 56 yards of Eagles penalties to reach the 6-yard line. And on the cusp of that stunning comeback, Prescott instead gets sacked by Josh Sweat for that 11-yard loss. So Cowboys, one final play. Lamb is tackled to end the game for an Eagles win to lead them 8-1. Listen.
Eagles are 5 seconds away from going 8-1. Will it happen? Prescott back again. He steps up. He pumps. He fires. It is caught. But he's tackled to C.D. Lamb at the 2-yard line, and the game is over and the Eagles win.
What a heavyweight fight we've witnessed. This is great football.
Heavyweight fight is a great way to
I thought that too with Mike Quick.
Yeah, and too close for comfort with me there. I mean, Lamb got to the 2-yard line. Remember, Dak Prescott before missed the 2-point conversion by about 1.5 feet.
Yep.
And then the other one where Schoonmaker was like inches short of the goal line.
Yep.
All the penalties.
Yes.
Back and forth. And the knee. Is the left knee, the right knee, is it in the thing? Oh, my.
But that just shows you how good this Eagles team is.
I know.
That
True.
They can just find ways to win. You can call it lucky, whatever. But
8-1's 8-1.
8-1 is 8-1. They're the best team in the NFL right now.
Don, you have an update on Dallas Goedert, you said?
Yeah, so as far as Dallas, unfortunately, man, this was a weekend for fractured forearms.
Oh, boy.
So, Eagles tight end Dallas Goedert, a fracture in his right forearm.
Yikes.
He will undergo the MRI today to determine if there's any further damage to it. Goddard's set to miss time, obviously, and is an injured reserve candidate.
Yeah, my fantasy tight end out for a month. Cool.
He was your guy.
Yeah,
horrendous.
Sorry I asked.
Sorry.
Well, they have a bye week this week, so they need it to kind of shake some of the injuries off.
I agree.
Take some vitamins.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bromelain heals, Dallas, if you're listening. Bromelain. It's in pineapples. All right. Let me, before I get to the forecast, Wawa is our sponsor.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Wawa Siptopia, your handcrafted beverage happy place. Right now, all your crafted to crave favorites are only $3 for a 16-ounce and $4 for a 24-ounce. Gotta have a Wawa. Wawa, thank you for sponsoring us this morning with the good Eagles news. Today, 61 degrees today, 45 right now, but it is November. 61 today, tomorrow for Election Day. Nobody has a weather excuse. 71 degrees, bright sunny skies. That's tomorrow for Election Day. And then midweek Wednesday, 56 degrees. So we'll kind of take a dip for Wednesday. And then Thursday, we start coming out of that 67 degrees. So some very nice, unseasonably warm weather today and tomorrow. That's your NBC 10 First Alert forecast. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:17 on this Monday morning as we kick off another week with another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning. Biden and the Dems and their identity politics crisis. On Saturday evening, the White House came under fierce protest as pro-Palestinian supporters protested loudly and aggressively outside of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Listen and watch this. And for those who did not see the videos over the weekend or that video clip right there on YouTube, there were signs, Palestinian flags, and protesters literally climbing the fence with Secret Service agents on the other side on high alert. And part of me was saying, climb that gate, F around, and find out. But another part of me, as this was playing out late Saturday night, saw many conservative social media influencers calling this an insurrection. No, it was not an insurrection in my opinion, although most were probably saying it tongue-in-cheek. But as many know, look, I disagree with the stance that these people are taking and their methodologies behind their protests. And yes, this is protected under the First Amendment with free speech, but Saturday night was a very, very ugly, scary look for the Biden administration and our nation. And we also can't pick and choose selectively a la carte when we want to value free speech and when we don't, just because we disagree with the message. But here's the real problem that needs to be discussed. And it's a big problem for Biden, the Democrats, the far left, and even the Jewish community. Identity politics has come back to bite the Biden administration in the butt. Take a listen and watch the F Joe Biden chants from outside of the White House Saturday night from pro-Palestinian protesters. Listen and watch this.
Fuck Joe Biden! 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 Fuck Joe Biden!
Those were pro-Palestinian supporters chanting that at Joe Biden and this administration. Not Republicans, not MAGA Republicans, not loyal Trump supporters. I want you to think about this for a moment. Joe Biden, the mainstream media, and Squad Dems have been in the corner of Palestinians, protesters, and even Hamas supporters at times. And yet still, the protesters are saying, F Joe Biden? It takes a special level of ineptitude to still get ripped by the group that you've been way too supportive of to begin with. And speaking of a special level of ineptitude, that brings us to vocal and vile Squad Dem Rashida Tlaib from Michigan. She and the far left have been anti-Israel and honestly anti-Semitic for 1 month straight. And it's not stopping anytime soon. Here's a montage from her Twitter feed where she calls out Joe Biden, saying the majority of the American people are not with you on this one, President Biden. I want you to listen and watch this montage of all of the protests across America in support of Palestine. Listen and watch.
We stand with Israel.
All sorts of protests throughout Michigan, California, Pennsylvania, obviously Philadelphia, Ohio, Illinois.
Mr. President, the American people are not with you on this one.
Innocent civilians are going to be hurt going forward. I wish I could tell you something different. I
John
wish
Kirby.
that wasn't going to happen, but it is going to happen.
I want to thank President Biden for his unequivocal support.
We will remember in 2024.
Joe Biden supported the genocide of the Palestinian people. The American people won't forget. That is on Rashida Tlaib's video that we are playing for you right now. So that is pretty sickening, right? And oh, by the way, a majority of Americans actually believe in supporting Israel, as polls have shown. So again, Rashida Tlaib, you're nothing more than a part of the loud, vocal minority. Now, I am not Jewish, but I have to ask the question. If you are Jewish and have been a registered Democrat, how do you continue to be a voter for the Dems if this is going to be the stance that the left has taken? There's a large part of the Democratic Party that I believe hates Israel and the Jews. We have seen that pretty evident since October 7th, as sad as that is. And they've been very open about it. And what you saw this morning in the Big Take was just what happened in Washington, D.C. over the weekend. But it's occurring elsewhere, domestically in many big cities in the United States and abroad over in Europe. And of course, the never-ending battle itself in the Middle East. So the Biden administration has a major issue on their hands. Even when slanting their support towards the Palestinians, they get ripped, not only from conservatives and Republicans, and rightfully so, but also from the pro-Palestinian protesters. The Biden administration has catered to the far left and bowed down to the squad Dems, and that faction has now revolted against Joe. The question is, will Jewish Democrats revolt against Joe in 2024, or will they just flat out sit this one out? Will they vote Trump or vote Republican, or will they stay with the Democratic Party despite this administration's failures? One thing is for sure, when you play identity politics, you will eventually fail sooner or later. Woke will eat woke, and your hypocrisy will be exposed. The Biden administration has plenty of problems on their hands, and I think this past Saturday night, they just added another one, and that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in with your thoughts and reactions from what played out this weekend, you can certainly do so at 855-839-1210 on Twitter and Instagram at 1210WPHT, or of course be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll come back, get some thoughts on that, and then also John Fetterman and betrayal, Kamala Harris's stepdaughter, and raising funds. As we continue live on a Monday morning, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, it's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The holidays are always hectic, but with the BMW i5 and iX, you can make them 100% electric. Make every journey a thrill with the cutting-edge driver technology in the BMW iX. Or step into the first ever BMW i5 with its dynamic performance and iconic presence. Find your ultimate 100% electric BMW at the Electric BMW Road Home Sales Event and turn the holidays from hectic to electric. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine.
Lease a 2024 BMW i5 for $719 a month. Visit BMWCenters.com today.
When your people are ready, your business is ready. Cintas makes sure they have what they need to perform their best. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, fire protection systems that are tested and inspected, first aid and safety supplies, floor mats, or cleaning tools and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together, so visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, you. The one on the couch who just told your friend you can't go out because you're busy? Ready to get real about your psoriasis? When your current treatments don't do enough to help control the inflammation beneath the skin, causing plaques and pain, stressing and scratching, it's time to stop hiding and get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Rescue Natural Supplements' unprecedented Black Friday sale is back again this year. The savings are bigger and better than ever. Right now, they're slashing prices on all supplements with discounts ranging from 50 to an incredible 80% off the total cost. Rescue has a wide array of products to address your health needs, including immunity, cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. It's 50% off omega-3s, probiotics, and so much more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are 50 to 80% off during the entire month of November. So why wait? Start shopping at res-q.com today or call 800-26-ALIVE.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify and receive your free tax assessment by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. That's 800-210-1005.
Just picture this. You're sipping this cool limoncello from your hotel balcony as you savor the sunset beyond the Isle of Capri. Take me away, Conservative Tours. That's right, the Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, Capri. Join me next spring as we discover the wonderful sights in southern Italy with my friends from Conservative Tours. The Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii. Of course, we'll have enough time, plenty of time, to still see the great sights, the ancient sights in Rome as well, all while enjoying a gastronomical event for 12 days of touring. I can't wait. You got to do this. Olive oil production, a mozzarella farm, all the wineries, tasting sessions. The group dining events they're known for are legendary. You can ask my friend Dom Giordano and his better half row. $52.67. That includes your airfare nonstop while supplies last. Call toll-free 888-733-9494. You can go to conservativetours.com. You'll see my picture, the full itinerary. Yes, Larry, Menti, my boys, Michael and David, they'll be there too. And we will see Italy's best-kept secrets. Puglia, charming villages, unparalleled cuisine. We'll find out together why so many Italians take their vacations in Puglia. So picturesque, unspoiled, authentically Italian. Conservativetours.com. Do this. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
6:30 Monday morning. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company live here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Hopefully all of you had a great weekend as we kick off another work week. Thanksgiving will be here before you know it. Very good news in the polling world for Donald Trump. That's coming up at 6:45. But are we all taking the bait again? That'll be the question. Also, some of the fallout from the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. John Fetterman being accused of a silent betrayal within his own party. And also we'll get to Kamala's stepdaughter, Doug's daughter, raising funds for Gaza on Instagram. And that's coming up in just a few moments. But I do want to get your thoughts on what transpired over the weekend that we talked about in the Big Take. And if you think about the way this, and it's been, I believe, now 4 weeks. It was October 7th, and here we are. It's November 6th. The Biden administration has done everything they can to sympathize with the Palestinian people. The Squad Dems have made it very, very clear. They are anti-Israel. They are all in on Palestine. They are all about Hamas. Well, if people need to die, then people need to die. Israel's committing a genocide. The mainstream media is absolutely been yucking it up. And it's really, honestly, 4 or 5 weeks into this, I'm still amazed that this is not more of a, at least from a media coverage standpoint and this administration standpoint, seeing more support shift towards Israel. And I don't really even want to hear it when they say, like, Obama came out and said, well, you know, both nations, so to speak, have blood on their hands, and all the stuff that he keeps spinning from, you know, his camp as he's, you know, kind of lurking in the weeds here of a third Obama term and, God forbid, a fourth term. But Saturday night, I mean, it takes a real level of complete ineptitude for the Biden. I mean, think about who was protesting. These pro-Palestinian supporters were legitimately climbing the security fence, waving their flag, shouting through megaphones, sounded like they were banging a drum. And then I'm not sure where the statue was, but then they go and they basically destroyed a statue. I think they spray painted it in red. I don't know if that's to signify blood or whatever it was. I mean, and then you're hearing those chants. And I really wanted to play that, and I know it's a little difficult hearing the F word bleeped out every 2 or 3 seconds. But these people are getting about as much support as you could possibly imagine from this administration. And I think the administration is completely wrong. And even they are out there chanting F Joe Biden. I think this is a major issue now for Democrats, because I think what you have is, like a lot of other situations and instances, the squad Dems, the progressive left, the Tlaibs, the AOCs, the Ilhan Omars, the Bowmans of the world, the Cory Bookers, they've hijacked this party. And I think a lot of the more liberals of the Democratic Party have kind of acquiesced and placated them. And now they are still not happy with this administration's stance, where I think it could legitimately blow up in the face of Joe Biden, because he might actually lose people on multiple fronts. He could, in theory, lose some supporters that are of Jewish descent that are Democrats, because you could easily make the case that they have not been pro-Israel enough. And now it looks like the Palestinians in this country are against Joe Biden, at least from that chant last night or Saturday night. So you have to wonder, as we get to polling coming up at 6:45, are these people on the verge of bailing on the Democratic Party, sitting it out? Because, again, I'll say it again, it takes a certain and a special level of cluelessness to get told F you from pro-Palestinian supporters. Like, I'm just sitting Saturday night, I'm trying to watch college football, have a good time, and I really thought that they were going to cut in on the mainstream networks, because I was watching college football on CBS Channel 3. I thought they were going to maybe do like a picture-in-picture box television screen with what was going on, because you saw it on social media, and I'm thinking, man, I can't even enjoy my Saturday night without more protesters. It's like the new common trend now is just show up, protest for Palestine. And honestly, the way it played out Saturday night, I would not call it an insurrection, but many social media influencers that are of conservative backgrounds and beliefs said that if this was MAGA Republicans on Saturday night scaling the fence, it would have played out completely differently. To which that point, I do agree it would have been different. I just think it's a really bad look right now for this administration, and maybe even more importantly, for this country. I don't know if anybody was dialed into it on Saturday night, but I was legitimately thinking, like, I want to watch football. I'm trying to pay attention to what's going on at the White House. And I'm thinking, all right, don't tweet too much because Stalker might send a text. I'm like, don't do it. Damn you, pro-Palestinian supporters. So that was kind of my thought process, because I was surprised that they were so anti-Biden when this clueless 81-year-old to be has actually done way too much for this group of people, in my opinion. So that's that.
Yeah, I think the truth is that there's a connection between social media. You know, we hear even my son's high school was telling, students, hey, have you guys ever seen the TikTok? Have you seen TikTok in China and what kids get versus what you guys get? And I thought that was a great way to play that to teenagers. Mm-hmm. And so saying, hey, why do you think another country would have their youth looking at things that are good, for math and science, but distracting us? And I think if you look at TikTok, this is all part of the propaganda that's on TikTok.
Yeah. Yeah, we've talked about this, and I think Jonathan Turley mentioned it in the article that we discussed last week with the youth of today, whether high schoolers or college students. It is now turned into advocacy and activism over academics, and a lot of these social media companies really perpetuate this and advocate for it, and these platforms they essentially become your megaphone, right? Like, so instead of showing up at a town hall or at a school board, we are certainly seeing protests in the street, but now you just go to social media, you pull up your app, and you just try to shout from the rooftops and see who will hear your side of the story. And you can tell people how angry you are about the world.
The fact that we're talking about something that literally we're literally a year away from what happens next year for 2024 for the election.
That's correct. 1 year yesterday.
The fact that we're sitting here having a conversation thinking that anything that happens on November 6, 2023 is going to have an impact on November 5th or whatever it is, 2024, people have way too short attention spans to remember any of this
That's
stuff.
a good point.
So, yeah, now it can say Biden's poll numbers are terrible. They're going down in all the swing state. He's losing a lot of support from people who probably would have supported him. But to say that this is what it's going to be next year, I think is naive.
Well, but here's my question, because I think Russia-Ukraine is the perfect precedent. Russia-Ukraine's been going on for what? 19, 20 months now. It's still something that we talk about on somewhat of a consistent basis. We just saw Zelensky basically saying he wants to have a meeting with Trump, which I find fascinating. Does he think that Donald Trump's going to get back into the White House? Because he feels and I believe I saw this headline over the weekend, Zelensky believes he needs another year of American support and funding. So taking what we know of how long this has played out, now let's look at it from the Middle East and Israel and Palestine and Hamas. Do you think this is going to go away before this election is over a year from now?
Absolutely not. But
so that's why I bring it up.
No, especially if we start taking in refugees from that country.
Correct.
You look at what's happening over there. How come Egypt is building a wall?
I know.
How come all those other countries are saying, oh, no, these folks have been raised, basically, to become, unfortunately, terrorists.
Nobody wants them over there.
Nobody wants them. So just watch. If this administration, and we already, obviously we're already saturated because of the open southern border, but I mean, I just wonder if among those gotaways, if they're already here.
Oh, yes.
You know what I mean?
I mean, think about how many people have shown up now in Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Chicago, New York, Michigan. That's why I played that video that was on Rashida Tlaib's Twitter feed. I mean, those are massive marches and protests. That's already infiltrated your country. Some of it from the southern border, some of it people that have been there their whole life as immigrants that came over the right way and did everything legally. Now, I'm not saying that every single pro-Palestinian supporter in America came up through the southern border illegally. That's not the case. Many of them are probably just born here in America from family members that, their previous generation lived in the Middle East. But this is I would be floored if this thing goes onto the back burner anytime soon. This is a story that will not go away in the next year, because now it's a part of the political scene and the election, and that's what these squad Dems want. And maybe this is their way to get Joe out. We know, generally speaking, the Democratic Party would love to move on from Joe Biden. They would love to insert Gavin Newsom. But as we know, the squad Dems have hijacked the party. And if they want Joe Biden out, I don't know, they might get their way. They've gotten their way the last 3.5 years, have they not? Defund the police, DEI, all the stuff that this administration pushes in every institution of society is controlled from the far left.
Mike Carr on the YouTube chat says, stop it, Greg. This is a bad take, and you keep saying it. People are deciding now who they're going to vote for. Nobody waits until November 2024. I do agree with that, but let me ask you guys this. 6 months ago, 3 months ago, 2 months ago, if we had Israel-Hamas war on our bingo card, would we have thought that? We have no idea what the next year is going to bring. None.
Right.
None. Well, so to say
Joe
that
Biden,
it has
to your point, Joe Biden could die in office.
Exactly.
Distinctly possible.
Trump could have a heart attack on the campaign trail. All of that is a possibility. I'm just saying that it is that we have no idea what the next 11 months are going to bring, 12 months are going to bring.
Yeah.
But to your point that you're making, if you look at the polls since October 7th, Trump, look at his numbers, and you look at especially a graphic, he has just taken away from everybody else.
Yep.
And it's because, think about his policy, think about what he did when he came into office. Remember, what was it? Aleppo. Remember, you don't know where Aleppo is. Remember that famous, on Morning Joe.
Yep.
And it was all about Syria, and it was all about the refugees, and it was all about the terrorists. Trump came in, boom, Moab, no more. We never talked about it. We forgot. Oh, yeah. They were... They were shut up.
Right.
And then what did he do? He kept his promises to Jerusalem, to Israel, etc.
The
We didn't
Accords.
hear a word.
Yep. You're right.
I'm sorry, what was the last thing you said?
No, the Abraham Accords?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, he had that whole region totally under control.
Done.
We saw, pretty much for 15, 20 years, it was pretty peaceful by their past, atrocities and standards. And how about this? Kamala Harris's stepdaughter. So Doug, her husband, has a daughter from another, marriage or whatever. And her daughter, his daughter's name is Ella Emhoff. And I can't believe that this is actually I don't know what part of this story actually blows me away the most, but she is promoting the fact that Ella has raised $8 million for Gaza in a fundraising campaign. This comes out from the New York Post on Saturday. The stepdaughter of Vice President Kamala Harris is publicly raising money for Gaza, the New York Post has learned. Ella Emhoff, who's 24 years old, so we can say what we want. She's an adult. We don't have to protect her as a minor. Ella Emhoff, 24, whose father is First Gentleman Doug Emhoff, is Jewish and is affixed a fundraising drive supporting the urgent relief for Gaza's children on her Instagram account, her personal Instagram. It makes no mention of the scores of Israeli children that were murdered amongst the 1,400 innocent Israelis killed by Hamas on October 7th. Her promotion puts the funding appeal in front of, and get ready for this, she's got 315,000 Instagram followers, and it has netted her a total of $7.8 million so far. And it's unclear how much, if anything, Ella Emhoff has personally donated to the cause. But Republican from New Jersey, Jeff Van Drew, says, quote, "It's of tremendous concern, and I find it abhorrent. To be honest with you, I am kind of stunned by it. It's disturbing to the maximum degree." So we have and this is another reason why it's so amazing to see pro-Palestinian supporters and protesters saying F Joe Biden, when Joe Biden's second in command has a stepdaughter who's literally raising $8 million for your people, and the chants are still raining down on this administration. F Joe Biden. I don't know what blows me away more, the fact that she raised $8 million, the fact that she has $315,000, the fact that Kamala takes pride in this, or the fact that Ella, her father, is Jewish.
It's amazing.
It's like living in a household with a Cowboy fan and an Eagle fan. We got somebody raising support for people of the Arabic community in the Middle East while daddy's Jewish.
Now, I guess Ella, even though dad is Jewish, she does not really identify as Jewish.
Shocking.
So was not raised with faith, and so I don't know what she believes in. I will just say this. To me, this is the unfortunate. She's the poster child for white woke privilege.
Yes.
And I hate, you know me, like
Right.
I hate painting with those brushes, and I can't stand some of these terms like woke.
I know.
But truthfully, if you look up that term, there's her picture.
Yes.
She doesn't really believe in anything. If she went over there, God knows what they would do to her.
Mm-hmm.
But she's somebody who says, and she's just an influencer who's influenced.
Yeah. Yeah, and dad probably encourages it. And I love how you phrased that. She doesn't identify as Jewish. I love how this generation just wants to tell you what they identify as or what they don't identify as. But yeah, there you go. $8 million, 315,000 Instagram followers. But if you thought it was bad for Ella Emhoff, wait till you hear what they're saying about our favorite senator from Pennsylvania, John Fetterman, as left-wingers have turned on Fetterman and say that he's basically betrayed his party and been silent on the genocide that is. We'll wrap up the first hour with that and then some very good Trump news to kick off hour two. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. try Swiffer Sweeper Heavy Duty Dry Cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
It's Chip Snapper's Tap Room.
By the way, the girls on the avenue wanted me to let you know that even though the Phillies didn't go all the way this year, they will, and it'll only cost you about $11.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Sellersville Theater Saturday, November 18th for 2 shows, 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be a topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Connecticut water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Connecticut system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap is crystal clear, all-natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Mention DOM 2023 to receive an exclusive offer. DOM 2023. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment by anyone associated with your housing, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. No strings attached. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Jesse Kelly here. Do you feel protected? My personal protection plan is owning gold. The Oxford Gold Group helps you buy gold to have on hand or convert it into your 401k. If things get weird, I have gold on hand. I like that. You can buy coins or convert part of your 401k with the Oxford Gold Group. It's easy and safe. 833-995-GOLD. That's 833-995-GOLD. 833-995-GOLD.
You've heard me talk about the fact that we recently visited our friends at Piazza Honda, drove away with my son Michael. I'll never forget the look on his face. You know, his cheeks got a little red. He was so psyched as he drove away in that gorgeous new Honda Civic from our friends at Piazza Honda. The knowledgeable sales team, they showed us all the features. They were just so patient and just really, it was great. Showed us all the features, showed Michael the features of the vehicle. He took it on the road for a test drive. We were so impressed. When we left that dealership with the specific model, the exact color that Michael dreamed of, that he wanted, and really he drove away with more than he could have even asked for. The experience was seamless from start to finish. If you're considering a new or maybe a pre-owned Honda, just visit our friends at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.650 Monday morning. It's Kayal and Company rolling on live here on this day before the election. Mayoral elections, school boards, school district. We got all sorts of stuff coming up tomorrow, November 7th, 2023. 855-839-1210, cut sheet 745. Also a great prize today for our morning mystery movie clip. Polls looking good for Donald J. Trump. We'll get to that, as well as something to keep an eye on in a couple of states when it comes to, well, about a year and a half removed from Roe v. Wade and what that means for 2024. But I got to tell you, we were just talking and Dawn mentioned the word woke and how we hate using that word anymore, and rightfully so. But I think this one really applies here in this woke, eat woke world that we live in, because the headline is not good and the details not good either for John Fetterman. So left-wingers are now turning on everybody's favorite underdog, everybody's manly man, John Fetterman, over his strong support for Israel. accusing him of being silent on a genocide. So I just want to give you a few of these details here. So Senator John Fetterman taking serious heat from the progressive base of his group of constituents for showing unconditional support for the U.S. and Israel in the wake of Hamas and the brutal attack against the country. According to a new CNBC News report, many of his supporters are accusing the rookie senator of betraying his base and being silent on the genocide because he supports Israel's military retaliation for the Hamas terror attacks on October 7th that killed over 1,400 people in the Jewish state. Fetterman, known as a, quote, progressive champion, said after the Hamas terrorist attack that I unequivocally support any necessary military, intelligence, and humanitarian aid to Israel. Okay, sounds great. Nothing wrong with that. I don't know why you would not say something like that, to be completely honest. He goes on to say the United States has a moral obligation to be in lockstep with our ally as they confront this threat. I also fully support Israel neutralizing the terrorists responsible for these barbaric acts. The piece noted that although the statement was in line with, quote, his party's position on the issue, he, quote, has faced perhaps more open opposition than any of his colleagues from people who have been supporters and, in some case, his former staffers. An anonymous former campaign staffer for Fetterman explained the spat between Fetterman and his supporters, stating, quote, when you represent a large, diverse state and have pockets of really progressive lefty people and really conservative people on the other spectrum, you're going to run afoul of somebody sometimes. Sometimes it's going to be people who are in your base. Now, they also cite a couple of things here locally. Citing the Philadelphia Inquirer, the NBC News report added that about 200 pro-Palestinian demonstrators, which shut down a street in front of his Philadelphia office as some paraded a large puppet depicting him wearing a shirt that read, Silent on Genocide.
Wow.
How about that?
Oh, my God.
And former members of his staff also published a letter condemning Fetterman's support for Israel the last month, claiming, quote, it has felt like a gutting betrayal.
Man.
So Fetterman, who, you know, like we haven't, I'll be honest, I don't know really if we've ever praised the guy for anything, but Fetterman is on the right side of this argument here.
Yep.
And yet the far left is now saying, you know what, we're done with you as well.
Yep.
That's what happens.
When woke attacks.
That's what happens.
Yep.
They will use Fetterman as a pawn, and the moment that Fetterman does not give verbatim the talking points that the squad Dems want, the squad Dems say, you know what, we'll cancel you as well.
You know, the narrative has always been that conservatives or Trump supporters, you know, when you know, if somebody's not in lockstep with what they believe, they're labeled a rhino and they're cast aside. But this is plainly and equally as true on the liberal side.
That's correct.
Because, you know, Fetterman, who I'm sure they're lockstep on with 99.9% of everything, and they're like this, they're like, you support you support genocide. It's like, wow, this went from 0 to 60 real fast.
I mean, I would just love to see one of these squad Dems like Rashida Tlaib and Fetterman kind of go at it on like some sort of public venue, in a debate over this, because I would be rooting Fetterman on. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Can you imagine?
But like Fetterman is giving you the common sense answer, and the left is just so clueless on this issue that they don't want to hear. Like they will literally like cast aside John Fetterman as like basically one of the evil people.
Yep.
So.
Will this be the excuse now? They'll say, well, he's recovering. We're going to replace him.
Yeah, all of a sudden, they put him out to pasture.
This is going to be how they get rid of Joe and Fetterman.
Like a horse with a broken leg.
That is correct. They're going to euthanize Fetterman.
Oh, no.
It's unbelievable. They've had enough of them. Hoodies be damned. That's what happens when you go super left like this, man. I'm telling you. They're vicious. They are vicious. They don't care.
Yep.
And if you don't say verbatim what they want, they will move on from you. 855-839-1210. We're moving on from the 6 o'clock hour. Dawn's got some news to kick off hour number 2. And then in the 6 battleground states, the New York Times latest poll, Donald Trump is rolling right now. He has actually never polled better in his life. but are we taking the bait? It's Kayal and Company, Hour 2 next.
It's exciting times once more in the city of brotherly love, and the Bush Auto Group is joining in on the action. With 2 Nissan dealerships in Exeter and Limerick and 2 Infiniti dealerships in Ardmore and Westchester, we've got over 700 new and pre-owned vehicles just waiting for your selection. And every single one of those vehicles comes with over $3,000 in bonus value to tackle the cost of vehicle ownership. A play so unstoppable they want to ban it, but they can't. So push that tush over to bushautogroup.com today. Billy rides with us.
Hi, this is Norman the Floorman from Norman Carpet. I wasn't hungry, so I ate a kid's meal at McDonald's. His mother was furious. No kidding, folks. Whether you need carpet for your home or business, whether it's your boardroom, bedroom, or investment property, I've got just the thing at half price. Whether you visit my showroom on Lancaster Avenue in Bryn Mawr or my warehouse in Conshohocken, you'll save big. Call me at 1-800-220-RUGS. That's Norman Carpet, 1-800-220-RUGS, or visit us at normancarpet.net.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Are you concerned about your child struggling in school? Do they need more of a challenge? Now's the time to make the call to Kathy Ganna and New Hope Academy in Yardley and Doylestown. 800-300-0003. Let New Hope Academy transform your child's life forever by helping them now. For over 3 decades, New Hope Academy founder Kathy Ganna, a pioneering educator and entrepreneur who created the NHA model, has been utilizing state-of-the-art solutions to uncover ways where your child could avoid struggling and succeed. At New Hope Academy, there's a student-teacher ratio of 2-to-1, allowing for students to deal with many disorders, including high anxiety, social and emotional, and including bipolar. Do not wait. Remember, only the best teachers can work at NHA. Call for that no-obligation tour and consultation. 90% of NHA graduates pursue a college education. Call Kathy today, 800-300-0003. Online, newhopeacademy.net. Call New Hope Academy today, 800-300-0003.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
When your people are ready, your business is ready. Cintas makes sure they have what they need to perform their best. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, fire protection systems that are tested and inspected, first aid and safety supplies, floor mats, or cleaning tools and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together, so visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, you. The one on the couch who just told your friend you can't go out because you're busy? Ready to get real about your psoriasis? When your current treatments don't do enough to help control the inflammation beneath the skin, causing plaques and pain, stressing and scratching, it's time to stop hiding and get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Let's head out. The theater's about to close.
Wait, what does that sign say?
Warning, watch your step?
No, next to it.
If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60. I didn't know that.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Calling on Harleysville to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Straight up 7 o'clock Monday morning. It is Kayal and Company as we continue hour number 2. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Bucks County School Board. Big stuff this week there. Big day tomorrow, obviously. Polls looking good for Donald Trump. And we will get to all of that as we work our way towards 7:45. But let's get to the news, round number 2 on this Monday morning. And for that, we go to the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning this Monday morning. Yes, eve of Election Day, not just here in Philadelphia for mayor and many local elections, but across Pennsylvania. And then, of course, tomorrow in New Jersey, all 140 seats up in the legislature. So how will that go? We'll talk about all of that moving forward. Since you mentioned former President Donald J. Trump, he will take the stand today. He's expected to take the stand today in New York City in his civil fraud trial. So we know that his sons, Don Jr. and Eric, testifying last week. And this is all, and then Ivanka, by the way, this Wednesday. But the family and Trump specifically accused by State Attorney General Letitia James of being part of a scheme that involved inflating or deflating the value of assets in order to secure better business or better insurance or better banking deals. The Trump legal team has continually said, where's the victim in all of this? Nobody lost money. Everybody profited. But ultimately, Trump is the founder and former chairman and president of the Trump Organization, a company that James is trying to shut down. She's trying to prevent this family from ever doing business again in New York City. So that is happening today as well. Opening statements in the John Doherty, as he's known, Johnny Doc, that trial where the former labor boss is being accused of embezzlement. So this is his second federal trial. So Johnny Doc has said he's an innocent man. He represented IBEW and his union brothers well, and says he never did anything except represent the union members, fight for them, and says that he did not do this. So he's fighting it again.
I'll tell you what, a lot of court cases to keep your eye on these days, isn't there?
Yeah, this is true.
It's like literally like a logjam.
Wanted to take you to a New Jersey political boss. Speaking of political bosses, now this political boss has ties to powerful Democrats and a few powerful Republicans too, but he was booted, kicked out of the Philadelphia Eagles game last night for flying the Israeli flag. It had a flag of Israel and then a flag of the United States, our flag, side by side.
Yes.
Now, this is 67-year-old George Norcross. We know him well. Was called as recently as 2023 New Jersey's most powerful unelected individual. And he is often sought after for endorsements and fundraising by New Jersey Democrats. Norcross, who also has ties to the National Party, has a brother, obviously, who serves in South Jersey, Don. He was lit. You see the video that had gone viral last night. I had retweeted this last night.
There it is. Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT.
It was a bit of a tense moment there as you see it, because it was, you see a big security guard confronting him. He obviously says something back. And then you see him, somebody is telling him, oh, come on, get away from here.
Right. That's George Norcross?
Yeah, with the real white you can't miss that thick white hair.
Wow.
So
I'm surprised he didn't buy his way back into the game.
Come back in with like eyeglasses and a fake mustache kit. Yeah.
You see them rip the flag with a little bit of sass.
Oh yeah.
To be fair though, to be fair to this and to be fair to the Eagles here, you can't really have any sort of banner there, can you?
Okay, he paid for that suite.
Yeah.
Lincoln Financial Field, I looked up the policy, has no specific policy against the flag.
Interesting.
But does have rules regarding signs and banners. Here it is, quote, signs, banners, or similar items that are obscene or indecent, not event-related, potentially offensive to other patrons, capable of blocking the views. You can see it clearly does not block anybody's
it's
view.
just hanging on the concrete slab.
Yeah.
Maybe viewed as dangerous or inappropriate. Lincoln Financial Field reserves the right to confiscate signs that are in violation of stadium policy. There's no specific policy. So let's say if it was a rainbow flag or a BLM flag.
Oh, can you imagine?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, man.
Right. So we can have social justice messaging in the end zone, along the back of the below the goal post, on the back of helmets, but a flag that starts 50% America and then fades into the Israeli logo and flag and symbol is deemed offensive, has to come down. But to me, I try to stay consistent with all of this. Either we're going to allow all of this stuff, whether it's in stadiums or schools or anywhere, or we're not going to allow any of it.
You know, the Norcross suite, I know where that is. It's kind of by the Odyssey suite, so I wonder if any of our people saw this happening last night in real time.
Yeah. I heard a lot of the suits were out there.
Of course.
Yeah. Dorenzo was probably there.
Nah, I don't think he was.
Oh, no?
Yeah.
Took the night off for once?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, this is
I'll be honest. For me, and this has always been my stance even when I was doing sports, if I'm tuning into sports, I'm tuning in to see sports, right?
I get you.
Like, I don't want this. If I want the social or the political messaging, there's plenty of avenues to get it, right? Like, this is kind of your escape. This is how you disconnect from the real world for 3 hours. But you're right, though, Dawn. He did yank that with a lot of of vitriol, didn't he?
Yeah, he's a 67-year-old gentleman. He's gives them a lot of business. To eject him?
Well,
really?
So a lot of the YouTube chatters are weighing in. Mangle Mush says no political messages at any sporting events. My opinion. Is that a political message? It's a you're showing support for a.
Well, I mean, you common sense. I mean, you see both United States and Israel. You know what it means.
No, I get it, but it's not.
I'm not offended by it, but
okay. For two things. First of all, a flag that looked. A lot of people are very astute. Have said because remember he was close to former Governor Chris Christie at the time. So Chris Christie was on one of the shows as a pundit, had a similar flag behind him.
Yeah.
So people thought, was there a connection there? But as well, I would say, for example, we've talked about flags in Bucks County schools, right?
Yeah.
That they've said you can't have any flag, not a rainbow flag, the only flag you can have is the American flag.
Phil, can you?
That's not the policy of Lincoln Financial Field. They don't have any specific policy.
Phil, can you run that video back again on a loop for everybody that tuned in to YouTube just to see it?
And by the way, too, I saw tweets that Chris Christie was at the game, but I didn't see Fox cut to him once.
I don't think he was he?
Oh, really? I saw Dom and some others tweeting that Christie was in a suite, but I did not see it.
It surprises me that he wouldn't be in the Norcross suite, right?
Right. Because he's a Dallas fan. I guess he was at the tailgate.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So maybe he didn't. I don't know.
Eating some wings and some
sloppy Chris Christie.
Thank you.
He was at the tailgate. He had like a gray sweatshirt on, but behind him was there was an interviews with Jaws.
Here, Phil, rewind this video. Rewind it. Sound like it's 1990.
Put it in the machine.
Where's my clicker? Who took the clicker? If we could go back, it looks
like my husband.
It looks like Norcross puts his hands on the security guard. Watch this again. When he kind of jumps in front of him. Yeah, now let's roll it right from there, Phil.
Look at this. Back into the left.
Yeah.
Back into the left.
Now, watch Norcross. Now, let's just let it play out in real time. Hit the play button. You see it right there. It looks like he has his hands on his chest.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
And does he grab his shirt?
That is a good observation by you. He grabs the shirt. He absolutely
Which I think right there is what triggered the guard to say, all right, you're out of here, and I'm snatching your sign.
Oh, come on.
I think that's what happened there. Look at it again.
Norcross is probably saying, I can buy and sell you, pal.
That's right. I think he put his hands on him. It looks, I don't know, I mean, it's a hard angle to look at.
Well, all right. Really? George was a threat?
No, I'm not saying that.
George, I've interviewed him before. He's a tall, he's a tall guy. The security guard must be, I'm guessing, like 6'5", 300 pounds.
Absolutely.
Okay, so come on.
No, I'm not saying he's a threat to him, but I'm just saying it looked like he put his hands on him.
Let's take a poll on this show. Dawn, do you think they should have allowed that flag to hang there?
Yes, I do.
Nick?
Yes. Yes.
I do as well.
I'm going to say this. I just wonder if it's a banking thing because Norcross, we've talked about, he's part of that group that is currently in active talks to take over Republic First Bancorp. So maybe it's a Lincoln Financial Field Bancorp thing. He's part of a huge banking deal.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe it's business. I don't know.
That's a good point.
Because who else was he hosting in his luxury box?
Interesting.
And I love how the other officer comes in with the yellow highlighter fluorescent jacket over the top. Follow me, pal.
My question is always consistency. If they consistently said no rainbow flags, no pro-Palestine flags, no BLM flags, no pride flags.
Yep.
But I'm just going to ask, we have a lot of Eagles fans listening right now.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they've ever snapped a picture of somebody and right there hanging from somebody's luxury boxes, I don't know, a little pride flag or something.
You're correct.
So I think either have a zero tolerance, zero flags, or it's not.
Agreed.
It's not right.
I agree.
All right. My sponsor is this morning. We have an important sponsor, and I'll get to this before the forecast real quick. Consumer Cellular is our sponsor today. Thank you for sponsoring our news, our weather. Consumer Cellular offering unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at $20 a month. So stay connected in rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage. No contract here and free activation. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today. Consumer Cellular, thank you for sponsoring our news. And even though Consumer Cellular was talking about rain, sleet, and snow, thankfully on this November 6th day and for tomorrow, Election Day, the NBC 10 First Alert forecast has no rain, no sleet, no snow. So today we're in the low 60s. Tomorrow, it's a beautiful day, 71 degrees for your Tuesday, November 7th, Election Day tomorrow. No excuse, or weather-wise, no excuse to not get out there and vote tomorrow.
Vote and go play golf.
Yes.
I've given you the blessing.
Keith Martin on the YouTube chat writes, so was the guy taking the video the one who called in the security that the flag offended them? Why else would he be taking a video, they be taking a video at just the right time? That's a very good point.
Yeah, and nobody was that video's from far away, too.
And nobody's really turning around looking, everybody's watching the game, so it is interesting that they just happened to get a video of it just at the right time.
That is correct.
I saw a few videos because one of them, because they were in the stands. So they were actually taking video of somebody. I mean, there were multiple videos, but the one I saw, they were showing somebody or like a picture or whatever, and then they kind of pan up. Somebody sees it.
Okay.
So
somebody's sitting in the lower bowl looking back up at them.
Yeah. So
okay.
I don't know.
All right.
It looks like one of the fans looks like Christine Flowers in the shot. I have to ask her, was that you? Well, they give their names.
Oh, do they?
So we'll have to find out if the person, called it in and complained.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous, too.
Yeah. I want to know if Sloppy made his way to the box last night or if he just got taken out in the tailgate in the parking lot.
Stop.
He ate too much or he drank too much and he just, he crashed in his camper.
I have an amazing piece of audio of him coming up at 7:45.
Okay.
He was in Florida.
Oh, I know what this is about.
And then Trump went after him.
Oh.
It's getting ugly.
Yeah.
It's getting ugly.
And if you're Trump, boy, you're like, man, what an easy act to follow.
Yeah, exactly.
I could come out here and read the phone book and get a better ovation.
Yeah.
It's getting ugly.
It's getting ugly. 855-839-1210. Well, it is getting ugly for Joe in the polls. Trump leads in 5 critical states, and his margin is bigger than ever. We'll get to that on the other side, and also some of the specifics when it comes to certain communities. It's Kayal and Company as we continue. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. As you've heard, we recently got my son Michael a gorgeous new Honda Civic from my friends at Piazza Honda. Yeah, the knowledgeable sales team showed us all the features and then took it on the road for a test drive. We were so impressed. It was the experience that was so seamless from start to finish. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Honda, visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. PiazzaHonda.com, Piazza Honda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Did you know the Philadelphia Eagles dentist is in your backyard? Starting their 3rd season as the official dentist of the Philadelphia Eagles, P3 Dental on Roosevelt Boulevard would love to care for you. The all-pro team of Drs. Lim and Rahman provide advanced and compassionate care and are in-network with most major insurances. No insurance? No problem. They can help with their in-house care plan that will provide affordable care and keep you smiling like our bird. Go to p3dentalpc.com.
There's nothing like football season. And this year, fans in Philly can listen to Penn State football free. Catch every Nittany Lions game live with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Free on the Odyssey app. Every touchdown, every tackle, every win. All right here. To get started, download the Odyssey app today. That's AUDACY. And search for WPHT. Available for Philadelphia listeners only.
urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
Hi, Philly. It's Emmett Smith again. If there's one thing I know about you folks, you're fierce competitors, tough as nails, even when it comes to pushing through aches and joint pain. But you don't have to waste that Philly grit dealing with pain anymore, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Like Emmett said, hand over the pain once and for all to QC Kinetics to get relief in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back without surgery or harmful medications. They use your body's own healing properties right at the source of the nonstop pain, making you feel like yourself again.
Come on now. You don't want a Dallas fella whipping up on you just because of that joint pain holding you back. Nah, this is a personal challenge for me, Emmett Smith. Take care of your business. Get relief from that pain once and for all.
Challenge accepted. Go ahead. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Free speech lives here.
$25 minutes out from what's on the cut sheet as we continue Monday morning Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We will get to Central Bucks and their school board control. All of it hanging in the balance tomorrow. And also, will abortion dominate the 2024 elections? Tomorrow could offer us a lot of clues, including how one red state is going to handle this when it comes to plenty of blue voters, and that is the state of Kentucky. That's coming up in just a little bit. But before we get to that, and before we get to the cut sheet, so this is very interesting. I think a lot of people were very, very happy if they were on social media Sunday morning, perhaps scrolling their timeline as they watch any of the Sunday shows or reading their favorite newspaper, having a cup of coffee. Donald Trump now leads in 5 critical states against Joe Biden. This according to the New York Times and the Siena poll, the latest numbers coming out. And I think this is very, very fascinating because this to me should be reality. It absolutely should be the way it plays out in real life. But we know polls are polls. And I felt like a lot of people yesterday, as great as this news is, and as great as these polls are, were taking victory laps. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness gracious, did we not learn anything from a year ago at this time? We said red wave, red wave, red wave, and it was like a little pink trickle. It was like a little splash of my cranberry that I put into my Tito's vodka just to give it a little bit of coloring. But Joe Biden is trailing Donald Trump in 5 of the 6 swing states. Trump has an 11-point lead over Biden in Nevada, 52% to 41%. Then working our way down, Georgia, Trump leads by 6 points, 49% to 43%. In Arizona, Trump also has a 5-point advantage, 49-44. Also in Michigan, Trump with a 5-point lead, 48-43. And here in the great state of Pennsylvania, and we've mentioned this story in the past, how Joe Biden could have a Pennsylvania problem. And I gave you some of those figures on Friday with Dawn, where we were talking about how the GOP is making gains in the state of Pennsylvania. Philadelphia County specifically picked up an additional 26,000 registered Republicans from last October to this October. But Pennsylvania, Donald Trump has a 4-point lead, 48-44. The lone battleground state where Joe has the advantage, and it's only a 2-point advantage, is Wisconsin. Joe Biden leads Donald Trump 47-45. So Trump leads Nevada by 10, Georgia by 6, Arizona and Michigan by 5, Pennsylvania by 4, and Wisconsin he trails by 2. But it gets a little more dicey for Joe when you go to certain age groups and certain demographics and certain communities. Voters under 30, which I would say is a mix of millennials and Gen Zers, Mr. Biden is only favored by a single percentage point over Donald Trump. We have talked a lot about, yes, young boys, young men, high school boys, 18 to 22 into college are skewing more conservative. But we've also talked about how the younger demographic, like the 27-year-old single female who doesn't have kids, that's career-oriented, that spends $8 on a cup of coffee, can't stand Donald Trump. And they hate the Republican Party. And that is a big thorn in the GOP's side. Yet voters under 30 favor Joe Biden by only a single percentage point. His lead among Hispanic voters is down to single digits. And maybe the biggest surprise of all, and it's not a massive percentage, but it is historic. So I think we need to frame it that way. It is historic. Black voters, long to be a lock for Democrats and for Joe Biden, are now registering 22% support in states for Trump, a level unseen in presidential politics for a Republican in modern times. I think, and here's my theory as to why this is. The African American community feels like they have been slighted and that they have been targeted. And I think there's in some sort of weird wraparound, twisted world, bizarro times that we're living in 2023. I think if you are a minority and you felt like you've kind of been shafted, I think you actually feel sympathy for Donald Trump with the prosecution that he's going through in various courts, with the weaponization and the all the buzzwords that we like to talk about. I think Trump resonates with some of those people in that community that say, you know what? I know what you're dealing with. And now, I'm talking historically. I think today, in this day and age, it's never been a better time to be a member of the LGBT community. It's never been a better time to be a minority. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. You know my stance on that. I take merit over DEI. But I really do think that there are some people that look at Trump and say, this is a guy who's rattled the cages of the establishment, and they're going after him, and they kind of get behind him. And oh, by the way, too, and this is a long-standing thing, Democrats always promise the moon to the minority community. And then what do they do when they get in power? They do nothing for them, and then they destroy their city even further. Which is like I always say, elections have consequences. If you're tired of Kensington and you're tired of Philadelphia with carjackings and armed robberies and going into a pizza shop and then the owner has to shoot the guy because he's trying to rob the joint, which we'll get to that story later, like, stop voting for these people. But I mean, these polling numbers, and again, I don't want to take the bait. I thought a lot of people took the bait yesterday on Twitter, like the election was yesterday and Trump won or something. Like, hey, like I'm the one here saying like it's not early. Sooner or later it's going to start getting late. But the election was not decided yesterday. But these polls are very, very good news, I think, for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, even in the last elections, his numbers, historically compared to any other Republican are pretty significant within the so-called black and brown community. I think, it's part of it is the social justice piece. Remember in Atlanta when he was going to be fingerprinted, get his mug shot, and we played the video here. You might have done a big take on it. It you saw people coming out in Atlanta. The vast, I would say 90% were African American individuals who were cheering on Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And so they feel like, remember, he had that program where he was commuting sentences, he was pardoning people. That was, something that he did in his administration. So I think there's that, but also I will say this as far as the economy
Mm-hmm.
and as far as you have this influx of people coming across the border, they're taking jobs of the black and brown community here in America. And I think there's a resistance to that as well.
There really is. Yesterday on one of the Sunday shows, CNN's Dana Bash, there was a very interesting soundbite that I want to play for you. And it really highlights how Trump is doing well in the African-American community and how Biden is actually struggling in the more diverse areas. Do we have this ready to go?
This is cut 14, Phil. Go.
Okay.
The New York Times, in the write about it, says, in a remarkable sign of a gradual racial realignment between the two parties, the more diverse the swing state, the farther Mr. Biden was behind. And he led only in the whitest of 6.
Wow.
Let that sink in for a moment.
Holy man.
So Joe Biden is only resonating in the whitest of the 6 swing states, not Donald J. Trump. And what are the 3 words that are most synonymous with the Biden administration? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. What's the first word? Diversity. Joe is struggling in the diverse areas.
At some point, though, it becomes pandering. And I hope that community, and I hate to do because we put everybody in boxes, and I just absolutely hate it. It's like the black community, the brown community, the Hispanic. No, people are people. Right. But if we're gonna do that, okay. But I'm hoping that the so-called African American community and the Hispanic community looks at this and just be like, whatever happened to merit? You know what I mean? Like, we want to work hard. Like, we don't need to be handed things.
Right. Don't insult me saying I need the handout.
Exactly.
Like, I can't get it and attain it on my own.
I have a clip coming up that I'll play right at 7:45 of Democratic Representative Jasmine Crockett, who she says that the Biden's drop in support among black Americans is because feelings are dictating their reality, and they aren't understanding exactly how any of it works. Basically saying, and she's an African American herself, basically saying that black people are stupid, and they're just handed everything they're felt or whatever.
Yeah.
I also think with Trump, you think about vaccine hesitancy. Like, you remember here in Philadelphia, the African American community, and this is historic, why they have said, I'm not going to take the vaccine. So that was something that all the mandates and everything with the Biden administration, I think that hurt him. And just to your point, the people who support Biden, you're talking about the Ella Emhoffs, those white woke privilege, especially women in the suburbs. So they were mommy and daddy supporting them till they're 30. That's the Biden supporter.
That's correct. And I don't know which one is more surprising, the fact that Joe is struggling in the most diverse states, or the fact that the pro-Palestinian supporters are chanting F Joe Biden.
Yeah, I know.
It's like, who does this guy resonate with? Dawn just explained it to you. The Ella Emhoffs of the world. There you go. 855-839-1210. And, of course, with this New York Times poll, everybody agrees that the economy's terrible and that Joe's too old and mentally deficient. So those were some of the other categories in which these people were polled. But really, just amazing. 5 out of 6 swing states, Trump doing incredibly well and doing things at a historic level not seen by a Republican in modern presidential times. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. From the national scene to the local scene we go. Bucks County, Central Bucks School District, the 3rd largest in the state, 17,000 plus students. Tomorrow's a big day. We'll tell you why next on Kayal and Company.
The future of joint pain relief is right here in the Philadelphia region. QC Kinetics, advanced regenerative medicine. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. If you've been told that more steroids or surgery are your only options, not so fast. Get a second opinion. Learn more about how you can harness your body's own healing agents to attack that joint pain. QC Kinetics does not mask the pain. These treatments go to the very core of the problem, using concentrated healing properties placed placed directly into your joint, which repairs and restores that damaged tissue. Imagine living life, especially this fall, with no more pain in your knees, your aching shoulder, your back, your hips. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Just call the local medical professionals, get a free consultation. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. 215-999-3000. Just call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
When big corporate banks make a decision, it can take multiple calls and a lot of patience to get an answer. When we make a banking decision, it's over a cup of coffee in our office. Discover the value of personal bankers and real relationships with First Bank. First Bank is excited to join forces with Malvern Bank in understanding your financial goals for success. Experience the difference of real relationships. Connect with our team today at firstbankpa.com or stop in and say hi at any of our 26 First Bank branches. First Bank is an equal opportunity lender and member FDIC.
My name is Tom DeBello, and I am here to take a sledgehammer to the excessive spending in Montgomery County as your next county commissioner. If you're fed up, tired, and had enough of your hard-earned money being spent on their projects to enrich themselves and their friends, then help me help you. Together, we can bring back strong, experienced leadership to Montgomery County. Vote Tom DeBello for Montgomery County Commissioner on November 7th. This ad is paid for by friends of Tom DeBello.
From local town councils to Capitol Hill, agents who are realtors are standing up for what's right. We're here protecting property rights. Here advocating for the issues that affect our neighborhoods. Here championing fair and equitable housing for all. Because we are realtors, bound by a code of ethics, driven to serve our communities. We're here for it all. Here for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, oh, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Just a reminder, as I've been doing for years, about batteries plus bulbs in Mount Laurel and Northfield. My buddy Roy, this guy had the vision of old-fashioned customer service married with technology to build custom battery packs, smartphone repairs, game console repairs. Give him a call. Anything in the technology field, you'll get old-fashioned customer service and great technical skill. Call him at 856-638-0778. Batteries plus bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield stores.
As I sip my morning coffee and look out at the beautiful view of Philadelphia and Center City, I'm just imagining that I'm sipping a cool limoncello from my hotel balcony, savoring the sunset beyond the Isle of Capri. That's right, the Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, Capri. Join me, won't you, as we sip limoncello together, among other things. Let's discover the wonderful sights in southern Italy together with our friends from Conservative Tours. And nobody does it better than Conservative Tours. The Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii, enough time to see the great ancient sites in Rome, all while enjoying a gastronomical event for 12 awesome days of touring. Olive oil production, a mozzarella farm, wineries, tasting sessions galore. And you may know this, the group dining events they're known for are legendary. 5267. Yeah, 5267. And yes, it includes nonstop airfare while supplies last. I can smell the lemon groves outside my hotel window in Sorrento. Go to conservativetours.com. You'll see my picture, a full itinerary there. Yes, Larry and the boys are going too. You can call 888-733-9494, toll free 888-733-9494. And of course, we'll find out why Italians take their vacations in Puglia, Italy's best kept secret. Authentically Italian, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You got me running, going out of my mind.
7:36.
You got me thinking.
Kayal and Company, as we continue, what's on the cut sheet inside of 10 minutes from now. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. I'm sure there'll be plenty of video components to the cut sheet, so you might want to get on over now. Space is limited. Oh, I could do that all day. All right, this is a very interesting story that we have to get to. And we're talking about the schools and obviously the suburbs in and around Philadelphia. None bigger than Central Bucks School District, which is, as many people know, one of the largest in the state of Pennsylvania, more than 17,000 students. And, when I moved back up here, it was kind of a coin flip between Montgomery County and Bucks County. I knew right about the distance I was willing to travel into work every morning at 4:30. And if I was living in Bucks County, and I'm only about 4 or 5 miles from where the Bucks County border is, this would absolutely be something with my girls and, being a father that I would be all in on. And I still am pretty much all in on this. And of all the things to pay attention to in election season, this to me is one of the more fascinating ones. And I know, Dawn, you highlight this so well in many different regards, from the Meg Brocks of the world to others. But it's not just one thing with the schools. It started with COVID mask policies and remote schooling. And then we get into library books and book bans. And then we have flags and which flags can be shown and which ones are triggering. And then it trickled into the bathroom. Who can go into a girl's bathroom and whether a boy can be on a girl's sports team. So it's wild that the schools are now essentially like the battleground for the next wave of Democrats or the next wave of Republicans, when I think in reality, most of us, if not all of us, would just like our kids to be kids. Go to school, join extracurricular activities, join a club, play a sport, have fun, skin your knee, whatever happened to the days of where you just got made fun of because you didn't have the expensive sneakers. But those days seem to be gone. So you have all of these little intricate battles all under the umbrella of schools. And we know that Central Bucks and Bucks County, by and large, has historically been red. And what's at stake here is obviously whether or not the Republicans can keep the majority or the Democrats can take the reins back, so to speak, or not back, but steal it away for the first time in however many years or decades it's been, if in fact that's ever even been a thing in Bucks County. But this to me, I would say if you live in the Central Bucks School District and you're a Bucks County resident and you have children anywhere from when they're just starting school or even if they're Stalkers kids age, 3 or 4 years old, because eventually they're going to get there and they're going to be a part of this and they're going to see all of this. I think this is a massive, and this will probably reverberate not just throughout the state of Pennsylvania, because I think only Philadelphia and Allegheny counties are bigger than Bucks County. But this is going to be something that I think the rest of the nation is going to pay attention to and the way it plays out. We've seen other states deal with this. Loudoun, the Loudoun School District down in Virginia, or Loudoun County, whatever it is. I mean, these stories don't just happen here in Bucks County, but it really is kind of like, you talk about the grassroots level. I mean, you're talking about at the lowest of levels locally, with the youngest of people, starting at age 6 all the way up through 18. So I know I'm going to do some writing for Real Clear later this week with results of this, but I want to see how it plays out in Bucks and then compare that to other counties in the state or throughout the country. And I'm sure, Dawn, you have some thoughts on this because this is right in your wheelhouse. This is everything that you're about.
Yeah, I think that it's true that these elections, those in Washington, D.C., and partisans on both sides, but especially the Democrats, are very worried about places like Bucks County. They just had a recent ruling just on Friday. A Montgomery County judge ruled that there are big changes to the way the school board elections go in Central Bucks. Now, is it for tomorrow? No, but it takes effect in 2025.
Mm-hmm.
So there are critics on and advocates on both sides, but ultimately the school board will have 9 members serving. They're going to divide into 3 voting regions instead of 9 regions. And they're saying, well, it's because of the new census. And critics are saying it's like gerrymandering. So what will that mean looking forward? And why is anybody even filing something like this and trying to tinker with Bucks? Because they feel that Bucks, they really want to flip Bucks to blue.
When do you, I remember, now I've never lived in Bucks County, but I know it's historically been a red county. And I remember my first knowledge of anything Bucks County was when I was in junior high school and high school. Central Bucks West was a state powerhouse football program. But when did this start to become up for grabs where it's going blue? And obviously tomorrow being such a big day, because I almost want to compare this. Go ahead.
I don't know if Bucks has always been red.
Really?
Because there's a dividing line in Bucks County. You go to the Quakertown, Percy area, like that's pretty red.
Yes.
Well, 20 years ago, it was red.
Well,
20 years ago,
that was
Bucks,
my point.
Montgomery County. So when I meant Greg, Greg's right. It's purple.
Yeah.
And that's why, think of Brian Fitzgerald. People or Fitzpatrick, they call him a rhino. He has to be purple.
Okay.
But
so you're saying more southern Bucks County was more blue, northern Bucks County more red.
To all the people that are voting red in Percy and Quakertown and Souderton and that area, there's also people voting blue in Buckingham and
Willow
New
Grove.
Hope, and you know what I mean? Yes.
Right.
So it's different. There is a dividing line in Bucks County.
Okay.
So I think that has always been a county that has kind of been up for grabs for most elections.
The feeling I get, though, and you would know better than I do since you live there, is it's kind of similar to the way the South is, where you have, and my guess is maybe there are people that lived within the city limits of Philadelphia that want to get away from all the nonsense. So you move into Bucks County, and then much like, whether it's Nashville, Tennessee, or parts of Georgia or Austin, Texas, the redder states, then you get this influx of Democrats that move and relocate there. And then all of a sudden you have like a very pivotal election coming up where like Republicans, both sides are probably worried about tomorrow. I don't know if I should call this a coin flip. I don't know if it's as simple as saying it's a 50-50, but this is going to be something that so many people are going to pay attention to and probably use this election to kind of gauge the rest of the country with all school board elections. So I think it's really fascinating.
Yeah, I think that, look, for PA, this is really kind of an off election year. Yes, there is an election tomorrow, but the real high stakes stuff isn't really up for grabs. So I don't know what the turnout is going to be tomorrow. So I think it all depends on turnout.
Yeah.
And I do think that school board stuff is going to galvanize the voter base.
And here's the thing too. We see all these polls, like we saw the NBC Gallup poll. 70% of Americans believe that biological boys should not compete against biological females. 81% say that men should have no business in a woman's bathroom. These are things that I think, generally speaking, across the board, that most Americans agree upon. Yet at the school level, this seems like a real tug of war when I think, when you take a larger sample size, most Americans think the left is way off base with all of this. From bathroom policies, to sports team eligibility, to certain books, like the pornographic books in libraries. I'm thinking of Senator Kennedy again in Louisiana right now, reading some of those books again.
Yeah,
that's just totally stuck on my mind.
Why is Politico writing about us here in our area in Bucks?
Well, because it's a smear.
Well, it is, but because it matters, because they do fear that this education issue, because everybody saw what happened with Glenn Youngkin in Virginia.
Yep.
And to me, that's what's happening in our region, not just Bucks County. There's a lot going on in Chester County, too. And so, I think that these elections, I think that parents are activated and they have awakened the sleeping mama bear, if you will. These moms who have been labeled as terrorists, because they went to the Moms for Liberty convention here in Philadelphia.
Right.
These are, I know these moms. These moms, I never even talked about politics to them ever. I didn't really even know where they stood.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden now, when you start messing with somebody's kid and parental rights,
you
and
wake
the
up
books,
the sleeping giant, right?
Yep. Well, that's why I said the sleeping mama bear.
Yep.
Right? Because all of a sudden you realize these moms, and maybe it surprises some of them that they were never really felt like they were that political, or all those politicians, those old geezers, and they're always talking about policy. All of a sudden it has come home, and it rings for people a grave concern.
Yeah.
The one thing, and I know you're going to get to it eventually, Nick, that New York Times article that was written about the 2024 or the 2023 election coming up tomorrow, and these different states like Virginia that have abortion on the ballot and stuff like that. That is going to be, in my opinion, that's going to be the litmus test for what happens in 2024. I think that if you have a Democratic base that's galvanized around this abortion issue, it's over for the Republicans.
Could very well be. And Dawn mentioned Glenn Youngkin. Glenn Youngkin is basically taking a, quote, common sense position on that abortion stuff, which we will get to. I've got the New York Times story. That'll be the next thing we get to after the cut sheet. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to just steal that from the New York Times with Glenn Youngkin. If he's got a common sense position on abortion, I think Republicans in Central Bucks School District have a common sense position on all of these issues. Boys don't go into the girls' bathroom. Boys don't play sports against girls, and a 12-year-old does not need to have pornographic material in a library. That's not radical. That's not extreme. That's common sense.
Also, how people vote in a school board election is not necessarily how they're going to vote in presidential or whatever, just because they want to see change in their school board, or they want to see a more, I hate to even see conservative approach to a school board, but a more common sense approach to a school board. That does not necessarily mean they're going to vote for Trump.
There you go. All right, 7:47 Monday morning. We will get to that New York Times story with abortion coming up and how it'll play out in 2024 on the back end of the cut sheet. But right now, it is time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Monday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out at Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Phil, I'm going to start with cut 13 here, as I teased about 20 minutes ago. This is piggybacking off of what you said, Nick, about that New York Times poll, and the more diverse the area, the better Trump is doing, in which much to the chagrin, I think, of the Sunday shows. This is Democratic Representative Jasmine Crockett. She was on, I believe. Actually, I don't know where this clip is from.
No relation to Davy Crockett, by the way.
No relation to Davy Crockett. She's explaining that it's the Biden's drop in support amongst Black Americans is because feelings are dictating their reality, and they aren't understanding exactly how any of this works. So those rubes, those dopes don't know what they're talking about. Cut 13, Phil, go.
Here's the deal. Perception is reality. And so when you look at the data that was provided in this poll, it talks about how people feel. And when people decide whether they're going to the poll or whether they're not going to the poll, it's all about how you feel in that moment. And so while the facts may not align with their feelings are dictating their reality. Their reality is that they said that they feel better or they felt better when Trump was in office. But we've been trying to push back. We've got some very popular African-American artists that are out here saying things like, oh, I got checks when Trump was in office. I want those checks again, not understanding that that really came from Congress. So we've got a couple of things, the perception issue, and then we also have an issue as it relates to civics in this country and people not understanding exactly how any of this works.
She's basically saying that her African-American community doesn't understand it.
Yes.
That they're not smart enough to get it.
Absolutely.
You know, but
we got checks, and now we don't get checks.
Yeah.
Like really, that's you're basically saying that your community are stupid.
Yeah, you know it chapped her keister when she heard 50 Cent say under Joe Biden, I'm going to become 30 Cent.
Yeah.
So, like, the reality is you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure this out. Anytime the Biden administration talks about how good the economy is doing, just go around to your friends and your family and your neighbors and say, hey, how's your life today compared to 2019?
One more time. I know you just played it a couple minutes ago, but I want to play it again. This New York Times poll that they highlighted on State of the Union on Sunday on CNN, that the more diverse the swing state, the farther Mr. Biden was behind. Cut 14, Phil, go.
The New York Times, in the right about it, says, in a remarkable sign of a gradual racial realignment between the two parties, the more diverse the swing state, the farther Mr. Biden was behind. And he led only in the whitest of six.
It's amazing.
I thought all the white people left. Oh, so no. Okay. You know what's amazing? I've said in the past that if Joe was to ditch Kamala Harris, it would be an admission that diversity, equity, and inclusion is a failure.
Yep.
I take that back. That's the second most admission of a failure. The first biggest admission is that when your whole platform is based on the word diversity and you're losing the diversity crowd, you are a failure.
Other polls that happened over the weekend, the CBS poll, this was highlighted on Face the Nation, on the number of Americans who think things are going badly in this country. Cut 9, Phil, go.
The number of Americans who think that things are going badly in the country today has hit its high for the year. So you might expect any incumbent to be down as Biden is. But then look at these positive views of what people think will happen for them financially if Donald Trump wins. Way more voters think they'd be better off. And Biden, for his part, hasn't fully convinced as many Democrats that he'd help them as the middle class still reels from inflation.
Geez, to think you'd be better off financially with gas at $2.87 a gallon and your grocery bill at $128 instead of $159. By the way, I did the grocery thing. I even tweeted about it on Friday. This past Friday was not a toiletry stop. This was just the bare essentials for food.
Where'd you go?
I went to Giant. You know, I do my Giant thing. I walk around. I go down the aisles. I love the smells of the laundry aisle.
Thank God you tweeted about it. I don't know what we would have done if you didn't tweet about it.
Well, I just had to ask the people, what is the most infuriating part? It was a poll question, actually, that I posted. What is the most infuriating part of the Biden economy? Is it grocery prices, gas prices, home ownership cost, or health insurance? Most people did choose groceries, followed by home ownership. Gas was actually third, which I was a little surprised by. But the point being, this was not toilet paper, paper towels. This was not deodorant, toothpaste, mouthwash. This was just the food and drink. $159, Dawn. I swear I walked out and I'm like, I don't know how I'll get till Friday. I have no idea. I will have to be incredibly disciplined. No extra snack, no second serving at dinner. If I space it out perfectly.
$159 just for you?
Just for me.
Girls are...
And I'm not buying filet mignons. $159. That does not factor what...
I don't know.
That does not include Kristen or what the girls are getting on a weekly basis. Which, if you do the math, would be way more than me.
We got to... Okay. Maybe...
I'll bring my receipt in. We'll analyze it. We'll put it up on YouTube.
You might have to go grocery shopping.
What we should do,
No, I'm serious.
Is we should have a video component, and Dawn should grocery shop with you, and show you how to.
I've done TV news stories on this.
And show
that
you,
would be amazing.
You'd be like, I'm gonna buy this thing, and Dawn is like, nope, it's cheaper over here. Get this one. Get the generic brand or whatever.
I don't know how else I can go any cheaper. I mean, I use like the generic mouthwash now, not Scope, not Crest.
By the way, dude, I mean, not for nothing. Like, you make a pretty good salary here. What the hell are you doing?
I know, but save your pennies to spend your dollars.
He makes a good point,
right?
Which
I know. I'm dead serious.
Yeah, you do. I've said that, Kristen. I'm like, I finally got the job that pays me what I think I'm worth, and I still have nothing.
How is that possible? Stop betting on football.
I'm taking all your same game parlays. They're costing me.
$150. I can buy.
Oh, touche, brother. Touche. Sorry.
I can do $150 and feed a family of 4.
What?
For a week.
Yeah,
I'm good.
No.
Yeah, I'm good.
$150 for a family of 4?
Now, I have to
What do
go
you
to
mean? What, ramen noodles?
I have to go to a few different locations.
Oh, God,
well,
what a
then
waste of time.
all your savings you're burning up in gas.
There you
No, they're not too far away.
All
But
right.
there is a way.
I really do think that would be a massive. It would help me out. B, Dawn, you get more goodwill and love, as if you need any more. And I think it would be a YouTube smashing success. We go up and down the aisles. Phil videotapes it.
And then everybody could say, no, you should have got, like, eggs. You can go to a certain place.
Yep.
You can, and by the way, like game day, that's why yesterday, where all you have to do is wear your Eagles gear, you get 5% off your total receipt at any Acme.
I don't know that is there an Acme in Montgomery County?
Yeah.
I've never seen an Acme.
What are you, high?
No, I've never seen an Acme.
Oh my goodness.
I'll be honest with you, and this is really a violation on my part.
Oh, here we go.
I don't think I've ever been to an Acme in my life.
What?
Are you kidding?
They don't have them in the Lehigh Valley.
Yes, of course they do. Of course they do.
They're everywhere. All right.
I grew up going to an Acme.
I'm trying to think of the grocery stores that I've seen in my lifetime in the greater state of Pennsylvania. I've seen Giant. I've seen Costco, Wegmans,
Acme
Walmart.
You need to get
everywhere.
out more, dude.
Aldi's.
Yeah.
Now, the one I go to, Aldi is good, but not for everything.
But not for everything, right. I've never seen an Acme. I know they exist, obviously, but I've never been to one.
There's one not far from you.
It's like Bigfoot and
I
Nick's,
know.
and Nick's are all, wow, an Acme. Can you
It's like,
believe it?
you know, the Acme in my life is like the Loch Ness Monster. They claim to exist. I've just
Not
never
true.
seen it.
It's just, all right, I'm
going to actually Google
I gotta hook
Acme
you
and
up.
Walmart in Montgomery County.
All right, maybe that CBS News poll was an outlier, guys, or that New York Times poll. Maybe those two are the outliers. Okay, let's go to the Let's go to an ABC News poll.
Okay,
where 76% of adults in this poll say the country is headed in the wrong direction. So nothing good is coming from any of these polls. Cut 10, Phil, go.
George, voters are just plain frustrated across the board. 76% of adults in this poll say the country is headed in the wrong direction. Only 23%, less than a quarter of the country, say that we're headed on the right track. And the issues that are animating voters' frustration, it's almost unspeakably vast and broad. Economy, 74% of Americans say it's very important to them personally. 69% say the same about inflation. Those are issues in our poll that tend to favor Republicans. Voters say they trust Republicans more than Democrats on those issues.
Yep. So it's not just the New York Times; it's ABC as well. And by the way, this was
CBS.
Yeah, and CBS. So that was Klein there on the big board. So he wasn't Karnacki level over the top. But what is it about getting in front of those boards where it seems like everybody that's in front of it is like acts as if they're on speed?
Oh, it's so exciting.
Is it really that much of a thrill?
Sure.
74% here.
Sure it is.
My God. That's like the prerequisite to get in front of the board.
Yeah. All right, let's go to let's start with Stacey Abrams, shall we? Remember her?
Yeah.
She was interviewed by Jen Psaki on Inside with Jen Psaki. This is a serious interview, and they're sitting down in chairs face to face. The big interview that Jen Psaki gets on MSNBC on Sunday mornings. She says that Americans think Kamala Harris is incompetent because of misogyny and racism.
Yes.
Cut 11, Phil, go.
I wanted to ask you about the vice president because she has been under a huge amount of scrutiny through her entire time in office. I think there's a lot of reasons for this, but I want to ask you, as a prominent woman of color who's run for office, do you think she would be receiving these same critiques if she was a white man?
No. Oh, my God.
No, not at all. No. We will always question the person behind the person, but we cannot ignore that misogyny and racism remain very prevalent in our politics. And for those behaviors that don't rise to either misogyny or racism, there's also just the difference. Our expectations are set for the traditional white male vice president.
So there's a two-time election denier, Stacey Abrams, playing the race card and the hate card and every phobia under the sun card. No, if Kamala was competent, I think people would I don't agree with Jen Psaki on hardly anything she says, but I think Jen Psaki's a very bright, intelligent person. Although Stacey Abrams might say that I'm racist because, well, you don't say the same thing about Karine Jean-Pierre. Yeah, because she's not bright and intelligent.
By the way, didn't we have 8 years of an African-American president?
I believe so. What was his name? I think what is this? He's in year 11 running the country now, if my math is correct. Third term, 3 times 4.
Speaking of that individual, Barack Obama, he was on the Pod Save America podcast, and this clip has really been making the rounds over the weekend, talking about the Israel-Hamas war. He said that all of us are complicit in some degree.
Right.
So we're all complicit
right.
in what's happening over there.
So double-sidism.
Now he says that, look, what Hamas did was horrific, and there's no justification for it. But
that being said,
cut one, Phil, go.
If there's any chance of us being able to act constructively to do something, it will require an admission of complexity and maintaining what on the surface may seem contradictory ideas. That what Hamas did was horrific and there's no justification for it. And what is also true is that the occupation.
There we go.
The O word.
And what's happening to Palestinians is unbearable.
The occupation.
And what is also true is that there is a history.
Interesting, isn't it? Isn't it very interesting? Stop it there for a second. Isn't it very interesting that gets the applause in front of this crowd?
And crickets for the first part.
Crickets for the first part.
Yeah, 1,400 people slaughtered, babies, children, women, animals. It doesn't matter.
What a disgrace.
It is. And look, I'm one of the people that say at times on certain stances and issues, I think there are times where two things can be true at once. But I'm not going to remotely try to sympathize with terrorists. That's what this is about. You can't sit there and try to justify what the terrorists are doing.
Can I say something, and I'll get back to this clip in 1 second, but I wanted to get something off my chest that's really been bugging me, is the fact that, everybody knows that Israel is nukes, right? And that if they wanted to wipe Gaza off the face of the earth and wipe the Palestinians off the face of the earth, they know that they could do that, right?
Sure.
So my question is when we hear these moral equivalency, and we hear occupation and genocide. I mean, genocide is a really, really, really
strong word.
Strong word.
Yeah.
And if you really think about it, if they really wanted to just eliminate the Palestinians, they could do it.
Absolutely.
They could do it in a heartbeat. They're not, which makes them morally correct in this situation.
Right.
There's no, there is a good side and a bad side in this. And the Israelis are on the good side.
That's correct.
I'm sorry.
Yes, because to your point, their military is very well equipped, which also leads it back into the question of how could they have such an intelligence failure that led to October 7th, where this thing was plotted out multiple months in advance. But to your point, yes, and it's not just Israel. It's China. There are other nations that are sitting on nukes, but you don't do it because at the end of the day, you're going to basically destroy the civilization.
Well, to your point, that's why Netanyahu, and this just happened over the weekend. Yep. Is that what you're getting to?
No.
Okay. That Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu actually said that his own minister's statements were not, quote, based in reality because his own minister on a radio program had said that basically dropping a nuclear weapon on the Gaza Strip is, quote, an option.
Yes.
And after he said that just yesterday, Netanyahu announced that he's suspended.
Yeah.
He suspended him, and he said we will continue to operate in proper accordance with the highest standards of international law to avoid harming innocents. That from Netanyahu. So this illustrates Greg's point beautifully. They do have the power. And even when a guy, a minister in the cabinet of Netanyahu says, well, yeah, nukes are on the table, boom, they treated him like Norcross in the box with the flag. You know what I mean? Like, you're out of here, buddy.
Get out. And by the way, it is, hearing all the, that liberal audience applaud what he said about the occupation of the Palestinians and all that nonsense. Liberals realize that Israel is the only Western democracy in the Middle East, right?
That's correct.
And all these ideals that they hold so dearly about, everything, our way of life, it's only practiced in Israel.
They are an outlier in that region.
And if they went to Gaza or they went to Saudi Arabia or they went to any of these places, none of those, they stone gay people. If you have a pronoun, they'll shoot you in the head.
Yeah.
These are not the people we should be sticking up for.
Yeah, if you
they should be sticking up for.
If you're in the LGBTQ plus community and you use pronouns, and you go to see Hamas, your pronouns will go from he/him to was/were. Because you will be gone.
Look at that. Listen to that.
And when you play former President Barack Obama speaking, all I could think about was, what was it, $400 million in cash, or how much? I know that some people say he didn't give them billions in cash, but there were hundreds of millions of dollars in cash in all different currencies. If he says, many have blood on their hands, well, maybe there is blood on his hands for emboldening Iran, and Iran obviously funds who? Hamas.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to pick up where I left off there, Phil. Go.
Of the Jewish people that may be dismissed unless your grandparents or your great-grandparents or your uncle or your aunt tell you stories about the madness of anti-Semitism. And what is true is that there are people right now who are dying who have nothing to do with what Hamas did. And what is true,
again,
right? I mean, we can go on for a while. And the problem with the social media and trying to TikTok activism and trying to debate this on that,
I do agree with that,
is you can't speak the truth. You can pretend to speak the truth. You can speak one side of the truth. And in some cases, you can try to maintain your moral innocence, but that won't solve the problem. And so if you want to solve the problem, then you have to take in the whole truth. And you then have to admit nobody's hands are clean.
Here we go.
That all of us are complicit to some degree. I look at this and I think back, what could I have done during my presidency to move this forward as hard as I tried? I've got the scars to prove it.
All right, there we go.
Wow.
Enough.
Well, let me attack it from this angle. He mentions Hamas and he mentions TikTok. It is very bizarre, but we do have a little bit of data here. So we have a story that says, why do young Americans support Hamas? Well, you can look at TikTok. According to a Harvard-Harris poll, 51% of Americans aged 18 to 24 believe that Hamas was justified in its brutal terrorist attacks on innocent Israeli citizens on October 7th. Let me just go back to that. 51%, more than half of Americans aged 18 to 24 that zone out on TikTok are in support of the justification of the slaughtering of innocent people. And so should we revisit the banning of TikTok yet again on this show?
Stop. Banning doesn't work.
I continue to feel more justified every day.
Stop.
Get rid of that app.
Banning doesn't work. There was a debate going on earlier about how you can get all kinds of good, as they put it, conservative views on TikTok. I don't know.
Oh.
I don't go to TikTok.
Well, I would say this, though, in all seriousness, if that's the case, then Republicans need to start really taking advantage of that. It's election season. Utilize all the tools that you have before you. Sadly, that's TikTok.
Senator Bernie Sanders was on, I believe this was CNN over the weekend, was asked if he agrees that Israel is committing genocide by defending itself against terrorism. And he can't say that. He says we don't have to quibble about words.
Oh.
So the genocide apparently is not too strong a word for old Byrne.
Okay.
Cut 8, Phil, go.
That last screen said Joe Biden supported the genocide of the Palestinian people. I know you know the definition of genocide. It is defined as a crime committed with intent to destroy a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Do you think that's what Israel is doing here?
What's going on right now is a horror show. We don't have to quibble about words. Thousands of men, women, and children are being killed. It has got to end right now. And one of the things that concerns me, Dana, is there has not been enough talk about what right-wing Republicans are doing right now. They don't want any aid to go to the Palestinians. Somebody should be talking about that. Somebody should be talking about how Trump wants to expel Palestinians from this country.
Number one, it's really fascinating to me that they even give this guy a platform anymore as he's sitting there up there in Burlington, Vermont. Why is it so hard to use the word genocide? And oh, by the way, no, the Israelis are not committing a genocide against those people that live in Gaza. A genocide is what's going on in China. A genocide is what Hitler tried to accomplish with the Holocaust. I mean, it's literally the effort and the attempt to, and I don't want to, like, this is not for shock and awe, but I think this word actually has more bite to it than just the word genocide. They are trying to exterminate a population. Mm-hmm. That's what they're trying to do.
Mm-hmm. Meaning Hamas.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. With the Jews.
The problem is that they're using genocide to describe what the Israelis are doing against the Palestinians, which is just, it is just absurd.
I mean, do we have to go back to 1930s, 1940s? I mean, to really have a history
apparently
lesson?
We do.
Like,
nobody knows history anymore.
No.
To that point.
No.
Let's go over to Bill Maher, shall we? Bill Maher on his program on Friday said that he called out liberals. He did a good job of calling out liberals again for saying that, progressives celebrating Hamas. Like, where were these people when it was the white guys with tiki torches? Remember Trump had to condemn all of them. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
Cut 18, Phil, go.
What do you make of this level of just gut-wrenching anti-Semitism? I must admit, I don't think of myself as a naive person, and I've been surprised. It was like a volcano that blew. I mean, just the people in the United States with banner, F*** Israel. Any means necessary. I don't know where this comes from. I guess it's ancient, obviously. The hatred of the Jews goes way back. But I was taken aback by this.
You can't tell me you don't think social media has made it much worse.
So you think that's the answer? Because it's got to be something about the Jews themselves, because there are other people around the world who are oppressed. There are other colonized places, not that Israel colonized anything. But why this one place? Why does this arouse, especially among young people? I mean, the young people who hated Trump because he wouldn't condemn the people with the tiki torches, talking about Jews were. You're the ones with the tiki torches now.
I don't think.
It is remarkable, and I'm a lot like Bill Maher from the standpoint of where he says I don't like to look at myself as a naive individual, but that's what I've been saying for 4 weeks. I mean, this is like a volcano that was just building up with lava and lava and lava, and then kaboom, October 7th, it went all Mount Vesuvius on everybody.
By the way, I would just like to say that, you don't need to go anywhere else for your political insights, because what he just basically said, we said for the last couple of weeks.
That's correct.
On this radio show.
That's correct. And think about the hypocrisy that we're seeing. And you know what it is about the younger generation? It's not that they're advocates and that they're activists and they're using colleges for that over academics. It's that they're so uneducated on the basic principle of, we saw all of these signs that said queers for Palestine and LGBTQ supports pro-Palestinian causes. They're either so woke they don't realize it, or they're so dumb they can't comprehend it. like your lifestyle choices, which I have no problem with. If you're a guy and you think you're a girl, or if you're a girl and you want to date a girl, go right ahead. But you're defending the group that will literally behead you.
Yeah.
That's a wild position to take.
Yep.
I mean, I've seen some strong political stances in my lifetime. I'm not sure this can be topped.
Forgive me, I should have played this when we were talking about the 2024 election, but I got sidetracked with something else. But this is Squad Dem, Jayapal. She was on with Jen Psaki on Sunday, and she admits this is the first time, Jen, that I felt like the 2024 election is in great trouble for the president and our Democrat control. Squad member Jayapal, cut 12, Phil.
But I will tell you, this is the first time, Jen, that I have felt like the 2024 election is in great trouble for the president and for our Democratic control, which is essential to moving forward.
Essential to moving forward?
That's what she said.
Now that was she's the Squad Dem from the state of Washington, correct?
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know.
This is what I mentioned in the big take this morning. I don't know what is the more confounding element of the Biden struggle bus right now. The fact that they're losing in the diversity field when it comes to Trump, or the fact that the Squad Dems feel like Joe is wrong on this, as we played you that clip of Rashida Tlaib this morning in the big take. Joe Biden and this administration, Democrats for the most part, so this is all excluding the Squad Dems, because they are just flat out anti-Semitic. The mainstream media, you've had everything go in your general direction more than I can even comprehend and process, and yet now you're using. And look, this is fine. If I'm not saying I'm against it. If there's going to be destruction within the Democratic Party itself, and they're going to come busting apart at the seams, then so be it. But this is a very interesting stance to take against an administration that's been far more pro your cause than pro Israel.
Agreed. By the way, we're streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Our goal is 5,000 subscribers by Thanksgiving, right? So what are we, 2 weeks away from Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Can you believe this?
Next Friday is the last show for me.
Oh, my goodness.
All right. I need everybody to stop what they're doing. Of course, if you're driving to work, don't stop right in the middle of the road. That would be dangerous. When you get to your destination, go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT and please hit the subscribe button. We're like 150, 150 away from 5,000. So we just need 150 people. I see the data. There's way more than that listening, and way more than that watching. So please, if you're listening and you haven't done so, please hit the subscribe button. We want to get to 5,000 in 2 weeks. I think we can do it. 150 in 2 weeks. Can you help us get there? Also, hit the like button right now. We're at 104 likes. I want to tick that up. So please hit the like button. Okay. The over the weekend, Saturday, was the Florida GOP Freedom Summit.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Christie started off the afternoon with a speech. It went just as well as you would expect it to
Sloppy
go.
Chris Christie.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Trump, thank you. This is Chris Christie taking to the stage, and boy, I will give him credit.
Mm-hmm.
He does a good job of handling hecklers. You can tell he's had a lot of hecklers in his life.
Mm-hmm.
He does a good job of handling them. Mm-hmm. But boy, he does not win over any crowd by doing this.
No.
Cut 2, Phil, go. He's just standing at the podium. He's standing at the podium and he's smiling.
I know you're here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now it feels like home. Thank you all very much.
It's like me at Thanksgiving.
Let me first thank the chairman and everyone here. Yep. Look.
Yep.
What a shock here for Trump. I'm going to fall over dead. Now look.
Wow.
Every one of those boos, every one of those catcalls, every one of those yells will not keep it. Yes, sure. Will not solve one problem we face in this country. Will not solve, and will not make this country better. Your anger Your anger against the truth is reprehensible.
Wow.
Well, that'll win some people over. This is his exit.
Can I just stop it?
Yeah.
Stop it there for 1 second.
Mhm.
What he should have done, in my opinion, is gone. We talked about this, I think, last week or the week before. Bill Burr, when he was in Philadelphia and the crowd turned on him and he just heckled and just went after the crowd and went after Philadelphia and everything, and he won the crowd. To this point, Chris Christie should have just started throwing haymakers and just being like, you're ugly. You stink.
Yeah.
You.
Well,
this city's a swamp. It
Just
stinks.
call him deplorables, why don't you? Right?
Well, if he needed a good comedy writer, to your point, just to be funny.
Yep.
But he's not. He just comes off as like an angry, mean guy.
But I will say, if one thing I will say about him is he gives us incredible content. And right there, see, here's the thing. We're talking about how he should have handled it. This is how he's handled everything since he entered the race politically.
It's true.
He said, I'm going to be the complete foil to Donald Trump. I am going to instigate and call out MAGA and everything. So he's right on brand throughout this presentation.
But is he usually this kind of grumpy and angry? Like,
well, no, usually it's geared directly towards Trump, not necessarily his supporters in a crowd.
Shelley writes he's losing weight and his blood sugar is going down.
Oh,
so maybe that's
sloppy Chris Christie.
Well, Trump takes the stage and lets loose on Christie in 1 second. I'm going to pick up where I left off there, Phil. Go.
When you think about the problems that our country and this world is facing, when you think about that, this type of pettiness is beneath the process of electing a president.
Ruh-roh.
And
wow.
And as people watch today, if your arguments are so strong, if your arguments are so great, and mine are so bad, then just keep quiet. Let me make my awful arguments, and then you can just reject them out of hand. But the problem is you fear the truth.
Oh, man, there you go.
Wow. He's got a lot of stones to talk about pettiness. His whole platform has been based on pettiness. Trying to be the bully to Donald Trump, saying, I'll be the guy that punches back. I'll talk all the trash. Like, you haven't really done much to really give your vision for America. It's been about trying to, denigrate the Trump vision.
Let's talk about pettiness for a second. Like, if you're really going to go down this road, Chris, think about Bridgegate what you will, but was there not more of a petty thing than Bridgegate?
Right.
If what they're alleging happened, right?
Or as Dawn said about the throwing of the water bottle at a staff member. I mean, this guy seems to be the king nitpicker of petty.
Yeah. All right, and then a few speakers later, Donald Trump took to the podium.
By the way, do these individuals that are all there, whether it's Trump, Christie, DeSantis, do they pass each other like in the backstage area as they go out to take their turn? Because if how you see like when like on wrestling, a wrestler will walk past the other wrestler in the back of the locker room to head out to the entrance.
That's what you're basing this on.
I'm wondering if Trump walks by. I'm wondering if Trump walks. Yeah, if Trump walks past Christie and says, "I'm going to roast you."
Yeah, no.
Watch this.
I mean, the truth is probably because they know each other very well. And even though seems nasty, I guarantee you at some point they'll be friendly again.
Yeah.
And Chris Christie once again will find himself sucking up, trying to get a cabinet position. It's never going to happen.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. So you say that you think eventually Trump and Christie will be friendly again.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Trump and DeSantis will be friendly again?
Yeah,
okay.
I do.
Okay.
I do. So for anybody who says Trump is so thin-skinned, not so much. He gets it. He knows this is a tough, vicious competition.
Yeah, it's a game.
He gets it.
I do agree with Dawn. I think that because he was brutal during the 2015-2016 primary cycle to Ted Cruz, to Marco Rubio, all these people. Like he doesn't have any ill will towards them now. So.
No, and I wasn't implying he was.
Even Hillary Clinton, who he, called crooked, now all of a sudden is like, she's not crooked anymore. She's lovely.
Yeah.
Cut 3 here. This is how Trump responded when he took to the podium. Cut 3, Phil, go.
No, I heard they virtually booed him off the stage. Because you know what? What's it all about? He's just doing it because I didn't give him a job in the administration. What's he doing? And why would I do a debate when Christie, sir, I'm sorry, he is not a fat pig, okay? This man, he said, he is not a fat pig.
No, boy.
No, it's true. And you can't use the term fat. You're allowed to use the word pig, but not fat. No, the man just said he's a fat pig, and I said, no, he's not a fat pig. So now the press can't kill me because all I'm doing is responding. I'm responding. He is not a fat pig.
Okay, so now here's my question.
Yeah.
Because I think if you picked up on a theme here, he's done that fat pig routine multiple times now. Are people saying Christie's a fat pig every time, or is this part of Trump's his routine?
You're not this naive.
I'm wondering.
Of course, it's part of his routine.
Because I didn't hear a fat pig being yelled at. I'm just asking.
Dawn, just curious, is that a sin?
He was responding.
Okay.
Let us. I mean, that was clever because he's saying, "I'm just responding to the remark."
How very Christ-like of you, Dawn.
But even with Trump doing it, it's because it's like really mean, but he's saying it tongue in cheek, and he's not saying it where he's angry and vicious.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Chris Christie is usually he's very charming generally, and so I think he is getting a little, I don't know, maybe it was low blood sugar. I thought Christie was unusually sort of harsh.
Yeah.
I thought, because usually he'll say something tongue in cheek, or he'll have a little smile. He seemed legit angry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I missed that commandment where it says, "Thou shalt call somebody a fat pig if thou insults them."
Yeah, I still don't see the Christie charm factor. I know you guys have seen Christie in person at a gathering or whatever, and maybe there's some members of our audience that live in New Jersey that lived through his governorship. So I don't have the firsthand accounts that you guys do. I don't. And maybe I'm speaking for a lot of our audience. Hopefully I am, but if I'm wrong, so be it. I don't see anything charming about Chris Christie. I don't.
Well,
But again, I haven't had the setting that you guys have, but I don't see it, at least not publicly. I mean, where's he charming? In front of George Stephanopoulos?
When you get in front of him and you talk to him, he's very personable.
Mm-hmm.
He likes to talk sports. He's, you know what I mean? Like he's a personable guy.
Well, I know, but
he's a nice guy from the times that I've met him.
You'll easily be able to talk sports with Trump. Ron DeSantis was a baseball player. I'm sure if you ask DeSantis about the Yankees and the Phillies, he has some thoughts. And so I don't understand why we give Chris Christie this little label, like, hey, if we're going to give some Christie praise,
it's an interesting point.
I think a lot of these people are personable for the most part. Dana Bash doesn't seem personable, but most of these politicians seem personable.
It's an interesting point. And let me just start off by saying, because I said this on Thursday, and I'm going to say it again. People hear what they want to hear. So I'm just, they're going to take this as me, I'm not speaking for Dawn, supporting Chris Christie. I would not vote for Chris Christie.
Right.
Okay? I'm just talking about him on a human level.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, maybe I'm clouded because I've had very nice interactions with him, and I've had, I've been in settings with him where he's like commanded the room.
Mm-hmm.
So like I've seen that side of him. So yes, that side of him I can see. He's a politician.
Yeah.
And he's a good debater, by the way.
Yeah.
Like we laugh about that, but he handled that crowd perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
He did.
Well, I think a lot of these people, Christie has a law degree as well. I think a lot of these people that have law degrees, I mean that's part of the battle of being a lawyer, is debating the opposition.
Well, let me just say this too, that if you put any other politician in that situation, you put Ron DeSantis in that situation where he's getting booed and heckled. Do you think DeSantis handles it like Christie does? Absolutely not.
DeSantis either yells or he's going to have an awkward facial expression.
Absolutely.
To your point, Christie
was
smoother in the face of resistance.
There's two people that can handle hecklers, Donald Trump and Chris Christie.
That's a good point.
I will say this about Chris Christie. If Trump never was going to hire him because of the family baggage with the son-in-law and Jared and that whole thing. But I will say this, given all the never Trumpers that surrounded Trump, that betrayed him, and I think gave him poor advice, Chris Christie actually would have served under him well. He really would have.
Yeah,
I'm just going to give him that.
I agree with that. I think if Christie's on your team and you're on the same squad with him in the heat of battle, I think for the most part he would be pretty good and be pretty loyal. Now, I don't know how he would have handled January 6th. I'm assuming he would have jumped off the ship like a lot of other people and then probably, bailed on Trump. But I think to your point, you're mostly correct with that.
Trump also went after DeSantis, and he just went after all of his...
DeSantis.
He went after all the primary... I mean, are there really opponents anymore?
No. I don't know how there's still 7 people left standing, to be
exactly.
Well, but once they whittle it down, we have to remember this, because this is where it gets weird.
Mm-hmm.
Once you whittle things down, and then let's say Nikki Haley... We've talked about Nikki Haley for a long time, right?
Yep.
Once it becomes... Trump, Nikki Haley. Haley, if you look at Nikki Haley v. Biden,
mm-hmm.
she nails it. She gets it in a general election. And if we get to that point, if she can survive to that point, that will make it very interesting, because then people who support Trump say, well, with everything going on, she's a slam dunk she wins against Biden.
Well, you read that opinion piece last week, Nick, by Michael Murphy. I think it was Michael Murphy who wrote it, who basically said that all the other candidates need to drop out and
mm-hmm.
they need to all throw their support and money and funding behind Nikki Haley because she has the best side. But to that point, though, even if everybody drops out and it's just her, if you add up all the percentages that all the other 7 or whatever have, I don't think it comes close to Trump even.
Well, that's a good point. And I'm trying to look for the date of this third RNC debate. I feel like we're coming up on it. It's the
8th. It's Thursday, isn't it?
Is it this week? Okay, I knew it was early November. So I think a lot of things could certainly start to fall in line post third debate. Which, if it is Thursday, the big take on Friday.
Nobody is going to be talking about this debate. Nobody.
I mean, I can't tell you the date of it. And it's kind of my job, my job to know, but it's so inconsequential.
Yeah.
It is irrelevant.
Trump went after DeSantis, cut 4 here. Phil, go.
They said that about Ron. You know that I endorsed Ron, and he went from having very little to having a lot and got him elected. And I thought that was nice. And then I got him past the crackhead because that guy was... And don't kid yourself, that guy at the time was a very strong politician. They all said he's going to be a president someday. He's going to be a president. You remember him? Good-looking guy, everything good. And Ron said he can't beat him. I said, you're going to beat him. We got him past the primary. You know, in the primary, the Secretary of Agriculture was leading him by 37 points. You know that, right? Then I endorsed him, and he became a rocket ship in 24 hours. So we got him there. Then we got him past the election because we did some giant Trump rallies for him. I said, Ron, you're going to win. He said, no. He asked me for the endorsement. I said, you're so far behind that if George Washington and Abraham Lincoln came back from the dead and endorsed you, you couldn't win. He said, they like you in Florida, sir, very much. I think I could. Tears flowing from his eyes. I said, I need your endorsement, sir. I need your endorsement, please. I need your frickin' endorsement, please. So I gave him the endorsement, and he got the nomination. We then did the rallies, and he won.
I hear
4
Sean.
years later.
I know, I do too.
They said, Governor, are you going to run against the president? He said, I have no comment. I have no comment. I said, wow, no comment. That means he's going to run to me. And I said, let's hit him hard right now. And my people said, sir, don't hit him. He's a Republican. I said, I don't care if he's a Republican. And we hit him hard, and now he's like a wounded falling bird from the skies.
Oh, man.
Wearing boots.
But I don't like that, you know. And we talk about loyalty because I think it's the same thing.
There you go.
Wow. I don't know what the audience likes more, the fact that he ramps up the voice randomly or the fact that he always repeats what he just says and he just rephrases it. But it is so, and yeah, I was thinking about Sean Farash I can just we might have to get him on again before Thanksgiving. Maybe like post third RNC debate next week. But no, this is the classic example of where he's totally obliterating DeSantis right there. I mean, he's crushing him at every level, and yet he's able to do it in a way that makes you laugh. And while it might sound venomous to the outsiders or the left, like the reality is it's really not. To your point, like, yeah, I think him and DeSantis will be cool after all of this. Because ultimately, if you're DeSantis, what you should be doing if you still have POTUS aspirations in 2028 is you better find a way to get back on this guy. You have two goals.
Yeah.
Once you officially bow out of this primary, finish your second term in Florida strong, and make amends with Trump and the MAGA base. Because if you are still the guy in 28, which I still believe he could be the guy. Now, PR-wise, he might be unsalvageable. But policy-wise, he could absolutely be the guy. You better repair that relationship. And that's a lot of voters out there.
Remember Jamal Bowman?
Oh, Mr. Fire Alarm.
We played the clip last week, and then we showed the clip of him taking the signs down, pulling the fire alarm, and walking away. Basically, the smoking gun that shows that he did it on purpose. Manu Raju from CNN asked him about it. He said, why did you plead guilty to knowingly pulling a fire alarm when you said you didn't know it was a fire alarm? Very good question.
Very valid.
A very valid question. Kudos to Manu Raju for asking him. Jamal Bowman wanted nothing of any of this. Cut 7.
Why did you plead guilty to knowingly pulling that fire alarm when you said that you didn't know it? Initially, you told all of us you didn't know there's a fire alarm.
We're still talking about this, man. That's behind me. That's been adjudicated. We're done.
We're done.
Pay the fine, move forward. In 3 months, it'll be dismissed.
But you weren't straight about what happened initially.
I was very straight. I was straight from the very beginning.
You said you didn't know, though.
I was straight from the beginning.
Someone
Yes.
did invoke that today on the House floor, though.
What's that?
That incident, the fact that you had
Come on, man.
you've actually pleaded guilty, and he is still just being charged.
Yeah, whatever, man. That's all good. Any other questions about
Oh,
anything
well,
else?
good answer, sir.
Can you just explain why you said
No,
that
man,
initially?
we already talked about this. Anything else? All right. Peace and
You're not
love,
answering.
y'all.
Peace and love, y'all.
Peace and love, y'all. Squad Dem's out.
What?
Squad Dem's going to squad Dem.
He's just not. There's going to be no punishment for him.
I know.
That's it.
How about Manu Raju there showing a little backbone? I would expect that from the Deuce Man. That was from Manu Raju, who, by the way, kind of sounds like Oscar the Grouch there. Do you notice that?
What do you think of the...
Yeah. Got a little grovel to him.
He asking good questions,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And then one of his colleagues tries to hit Bowman from the side there with another question. Bowman had to have the head on the swivel. He's like, man, I already told you that.
And he's charming, and he's going to walk away, and nobody's going to... That'll be the end of it.
Of course.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I've done my ARD program, and as long as I don't do anything bad again in the next 68 days, this will be expunged from my record. Go along, you peasant.
All right, finally this morning, I just want to play this, and we'll get to the other stuff during part 2. But TikTok, we talk about how horrendous it is. Go, if you haven't done so yet, get over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. This person, now I believe it's a female who looks like a male.
Mm-hmm.
This person cries about having to work an 8-hour shift at Starbucks.
Oh.
We played the 9 to 5 girl last week or the
Yes.
week before, whenever it was, where she couldn't believe that she had to work this 9 to 5
Right.
job and she didn't get home till like 6:30 at night.
I know. Welcome to America.
How she has no social life.
Yeah, come on, Toots.
This person, and also crying about how they're being misgendered. Like, hey, I have a mustache and a beard, okay? Of course I'm a man.
Wow.
So this is this person crying over an 8-hour shift.
Okay.
Cut 5, Phil, go.
People wonder why we need a union at Starbucks, and I am literally about to quit. Like, I don't know if I'm going to do it, but, like, I really want to. I almost walked out today, and I'm crying in the back room right now, and I almost cried on the floor. It's just... I'm like a full-time student. I get scheduled for 25 hours a week, and on the weekends they schedule me the entire day, open to close. I'm on the schedule for 8.5 hours.
Wow.
Both Saturday and Sunday. I'm like,
guys, can I just say one thing real fast?
Full-time student and works 25 hours a week.
Are we sure we want to fight a war?
No.
I know, right?
If these are the recruits that the military is looking for, no, let's just have China finish us off now. Just turn us into a giant golf course.
Oh, my God.
Just obliterate us from sea to sea.
Oh, my God.
By the way, when I was, not to toot my own horn, but I commuted to Temple University full time my junior and senior year from Bethlehem and still worked. I worked the maximum amount of hours that Foot Locker would allow me to work before they would have to say no because of having them being obligated to giving me benefits. And it was like 32, 34 hours a week. And there was times when I still loved sports. And on Saturdays, I would work noon to 9.
Uh-oh.
And I didn't cry about it. I can't watch Alabama play.
Do you feel like you would have gone into the back of the Foot Locker room and cried on TikTok that you...
No, and I wouldn't have posted about it on MySpace either. I think that was the app of choice back then.
Fair. All right, pick up where I left off, Phil. Go.
3.5 hours into my shift, there's so many customers, and we have 4 people on the floor all day. Only 5 people were put on the schedule, and somebody had to call out.
You know what's funny is that when I pulled this, I had to do some digging because I was like, "This can't be real.
This can't be real, right?"
This has got to be some spoof of this, but
Right.
there's nothing that I can find that does not show me that this isn't 100% real.
3.5 hours into an 8-hour shift, and you had 5 people scheduled, but there were still 4 people on the floor, and there was too many customers in the store. I didn't know what to do.
By the way, this person gets into being misgendered too in this. Because they can't handle that.
When
as
you keep
well,
crying
so.
like that, I am going to misgender you.
Can you? If I'm a boss and I saw somebody crying on the floor in front of a camera or in front of their phone on TikTok,
yeah, I'd fire them immediately.
Well, here's the problem, Nick, is that I would agree with you, but we couldn't. We couldn't. Because they would claim mental health, they would claim harassment against an LGBTQ person, and we would be fired.
Well, see there,
right?
And
Am I
there,
right?
And there, right there, is where you get them with the aha, gotcha moment. So all of us here that observe these people on TikTok and talk about them on our radio show claim this is clearly a mental health breakdown.
Yeah.
They say it's not. I'm a guy, but I actually feel like I'm a girl. But then you don't get to cry if I fire you and claim mental health. You either have a mental health problem or you don't. That's a
good point.
You don't get to selectively choose when mental health is applicable.
All right, picking up where I left off, go.
4 people running the whole store, and there's so many customers, and there's possibly scheduled 5 people. We only have 13 people employed at this store, and there's so many customers.
Answer the phone.
We don't have fair scheduling. Managers don't care about us. Our manager was supposed to come in this weekend, and he took himself off the schedule, so he wouldn't be able to be held accountable for calling out. He just literally tore down the schedule that he was scheduled on and put up a new schedule where he wasn't on the schedule. Also, he couldn't have even seen that he was scheduled in the first place because he didn't want to be held accountable for not wanting to come in. They don't want to help us. We need a union because this can't happen. This can't happen. We need fair scheduling. We need managers to hold themselves accountable for helping their workers. They refuse to turn mobile orders off. We need the liberty to be able to do that because there's so many mobile orders and I need to get through all of them. And then people are yelling at me because I don't have their orders ready. And they don't know what to do. And a customer was misgendering me tonight, really badly. I didn't have their order ready. And so they were just talking to each other. And they're like, she's clearly incompetent. I have a full mustache and beard. What the fuck? I don't get accommodations for being neurodiverse.
Honest to God, I thought this was a comedy sketch.
I know.
Doesn't it feel like it?
Because they didn't even know whatever about your gender. They just were saying you're incompetent because you didn't do your job.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's like with Kamala Harris. I'm not ripping Kamala Harris because she's an African-American female. I'm ripping her because she's incompetent. She can't do her job. Incompetence runs amok.
Yeah.
And I go to Starbucks, as you know, way too often on weekends.
Way too often.
And when the drive-thru is backed up, I will occasionally go in. And I'm telling you, you go in there, you got people that have done the call-aheads with their phone, with the mobile app. It is a disaster in there. It is an unmitigated S show. So I understand what this person's going through, but you're being paid to work, and if you don't like it, quit. How about that? And I need that on the board, by the way. Phil, can we get I have a mustache and a beard, damn it. I need that. And kudos to that guy for trying to grow one, although I wouldn't call it a mustache or a beard. It's kind of like
like a chin strap.
Yeah.
Whatever they got going on.
Dave Huber on the YouTube chat says, Greg, we need to ban TikTok. No,
I'm
no,
telling
we
you.
don't. Because first of all, we'd be giving up great content.
That's true.
Like this.
That's true.
So no, I plus banning it doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
It doesn't. It'll feel good for 2 days though.
Mike Carr says, I feel like you guys played this on your show months ago. Am I wrong? No. We played this woman or this girl last week or the week before who basically did the same thing.
If we could, maybe by the time we get to part 2, can we get the girl from 9 to 5 last week and that guy and just bounce back and forth between sound bites just to see who's... And actually, we should get them together.
Yeah.
I'll give you an old dated reference. We got to get the gatekeeper and the keymaster together.
That's amazing. All right, just a little bit more of this. Phil, go.
I don't. Like, I can't use. Like, people get mad at me for using my sick time. I don't even know what to do anymore. I'm like at my wits' end with this job. I really am.
There we go.
So it looks like the. Okay, is that Faithful Theology is the TikTok handle? I would love to actually find... See, here's what we got to do now, because I think what we have done is we have highlighted just the extent to which mental health breakdowns exist on TikTok. I think we should do follow-up stories as Kayal and Company investigative journalists and find these people's actual TikTok page and see how many other documented meltdowns they are having.
Well, I looked for this handle and I couldn't find. And I don't really know TikTok, so I don't really know how to
search it.
Now, people on the YouTube chat are saying that this clip is like a year or two old. So I don't know. It was making the rounds on social media.
Seems relevant to me today.
So absolutely, like, I don't care how old it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still radio gold in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely.
But, yeah, maybe it is a year or two old. I don't know.
And these things are still happening every week at a Starbucks, probably. I'll tell you what, man. You go to a Starbucks and you see the people that are working there as a baristas. If that isn't a stamp from the Biden administration, I don't know what is.
Very, very emotional.
Very emotional. I have a mustache, David.
Please.
A little chin hair he's got there.
Yeah, somebody on the YouTube chat says that's a mustache. A cat could lick it off.
It looks like he's just got like a little caramel frappe on his face.
This is my mustache. I am manly, damn it. All right, I'm done.
Yeah, I am too. Wow, it's 8:47. We did go for an hour and 20 almost.
Yeah, big three. We should get to.
All right, Dawn Stenzel, 8:47. Take it away. Big three at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Well, 2 stories from Northeast Philadelphia with different outcomes, but really talking about in Philadelphia, pizza delivery, food delivery, and firearms. So 2 guys trying to rob a pizza shop in Philadelphia's Frankfurt section over the weekend ended up in an exchange of gunfire. This is George's Famous Pizza on Oxford Ave over the weekend, and these masked gunmen come in wearing the hoodies and the masks, the whole thing, started shooting the place up. And in truth, one was armed with a handgun. The other had an extended magazine on there. They were firing at the owners. The owner's son said he had no other choice but to shoot in self-defense. Ultimately, one of those would-be robbers ended up dead on the floor, and Philadelphia police still investigating this one. The other individual fled on foot. They have not yet been identified. No employees or customers were injured in the incident.
Good.
Thanks to the quick reaction of those working inside George's Famous Pizza.
So the only person that was injured or died was the guy trying to rob the place with a gun, and the owner of the pizza joint stands up for himself and kills the defenders.
Said it was self-defense. He fired back.
Yes. I'd like to order a large pie with F around and find out. You make that a little crispy?
Well, maybe a Philadelphia delivery driver who's recovering this morning after being shot and carjacked in Port Richmond needs to arm himself. We talked about that carjacker situation in Chestnut Hill a couple months ago, where in that one, the pizza delivery driver had a firearm and fired the shot at the would-be carjacker. Unfortunately, in this case, the 65-year-old man who was delivering food was shot, and then the bad guy got off in his red Jeep. It was stolen. And in fact, Phyllis Kelly from Port Richmond, she says that delivery driver had just dropped off dinner to her home there in the 2800 block of Salmon Street. Police did recover a firearm at the scene. They're still searching for the gunman and carjacker. But in this case, thank God, the 65-year-old victim in this one who was carjacked, the food delivery person, he survived. He's in the hospital this morning. So we have that one going on. Number two, I'm trying to just do some different stories. So I'll talk about Election Day tomorrow. It'll be 71 and sunny tomorrow in Philadelphia as Republicans are facing possible elimination in the city of Philadelphia from the city's legislative body, from city council. Jim Hasher and Drew Murray support law enforcement. They want to refund police and rebuild the city with, among other things, a more business-friendly environment. They're trying to reach out to Philadelphia's 115,000 plus registered Republicans and some moderate Democrats, but they could be eliminated because we have, as we know from 2019, Working Families Party, Kendra Brooks. She now is running, her running mate is Nicholas O'Rourke, and they want to erase Republicans Jim Hasher and Drew Murray. That's going on tomorrow.
I saw our buddy Sam Oropesa tweeting about that over the weekend. And then, by the way, too, and I'm sure you didn't watch nearly as much TV as I did over the weekend. I was watching all the football games. A lot of David O commercials on TV locally, which I thought was interesting considering the 7-to-1 ratio. And I don't think I've seen a ton of advertising. I don't know what his budget was for advertising, but obviously it's you can sit here and say better late than never, except in this city, we know the monumental shift that we've seen for, 76 years now it's been, I think.
Yeah, it would truly make international, if not national news. I mean, it's David and Goliath, literally.
Yeah.
With David O, but here's what I will say. He and Sherelle Parker have run a very respectful campaign against one another.
Yeah.
They've known each other for years.
Yeah.
So
I'm also going to extend the invite to David. David, don't worry about tomorrow. It's over. Just come golf with me. Don't think about it. Just let it go.
Well, number three, I'll go with this one. The right to recline, going viral. This heated argument between passengers caught on camera, somebody captured on their phone, over the right to recline seats on a flight. And so this woman is trying to defend herself, basically saying, I'm allowed to put my seat back.
I have the video of that.
You do?
If you want to play it. Yeah, it's almost like I sent it out last night. Cut six, Phil, if you want to play it here.
Okay. The whole trip, she pushed my seat. No, you seen it. No, she didn't. She put, no. I'm allowed to put my seat back. I'm allowed to put my seat back. I'm allowed to put my seat back.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Hey, I mean, let's look at it from the most entry point level. I mean, they make these reclining seats for a reason, for you to put them back. I think once you're up, 27, 30,000 feet, whatever it is, and you can't get up and walk around and wander about the cabin, I think you have every right to put it back. Now, if somebody behind you is 6'6", and they have really long legs and it's an inconvenience and they ask you, I think it's the right thing to do to put it back up and be respectful to somebody behind you. Yeah. But I have no problem with the initial recline.
Yeah, the truth is, to your point, it's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous that they pack people in like sardines.
Like sardines in a can.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
You're a tall guy, so what do you think about this?
I think that you should not have the option to recline your seats in economy.
Really?
So first class only?
It's too small. It's too small because you lay back and then yes, for somebody tall like me, I need the extra leg room. It sucks.
Okay.
It sucks. So I feel for this guy because I'm sure he was kicking her and she was like, I'm allowed. Yeah, we should stop with the reclining seats and all of economy.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, to Greg's point, I guess if you have them, then you should be able to use them or do one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
But they're putting us into this position.
Or make it if they're gonna allow you to recline, make the
pay a little more, have a
area
section
bigger. Yeah,
right. But to make the area bigger, they have to give up probably some seating space, which means they lose money for your convenience.
Yeah. So I think Greg is right. It's a capitalist society. Have a recliner, like a big tall man section.
I'm a capitalist and a corporate whore. Amen.
But here's the thing, too. Don't worry about it, folks. This might be a big issue for a lot of us, but Joe's out there fighting junk fees.
Yeah. Well.
Junk fee Joe.
Junk fee Joe.
Pushing Rock says, I don't out of respect for others, but others don't feel that way. It's the airline's fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't fly that much, but when I do, I really feel like I don't put my seat back because like I feel like it's disrupting the people behind me.
Yeah.
I haven't tried to fly yet with my 3-year-old, and I'm.
Oh, no.
Well, that'll be a
I don't
joy when the ears start popping.
I'm already a not a great flyer because I'm anxious.
Yeah.
So I need to be doped up.
You got like a Bloody Mary at the bar?
I would put this on my wife, and I can't do that to her.
Yeah.
So
what are you going to do? Just put your headphones on and zone out?
Well, no, I'm just going to drive everywhere until he gets to a certain age.
You're going to drive
Florida,
to Disney.
here we come.
22-hour drive.
Exactly. I've done it before. I can do it again. Sorry, Don.
That was the big three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 8:55 on this Monday morning. We'll come back, kick off the final hour of the show. Will abortion dominate the 2024 elections? Why tomorrow will offer us clues. But I've been giving you guys clues since, February? I've been giving you clues since Memorial Day weekend when I got my Honda Ridgeline. But I've got to give a few more clues for the other great brands at the Piazza Auto Group. As a genuine customer of the Piazza Auto Group, the one thing I've really loved is kind of learning about their business and also the brands that they carry. It's not just 35 locations with 17 different brands, but recently I visited one of the dealers in Westchester to check out one of their Hyundais, the Motor Trend SUV of the year. It's the 2024 Hyundai Ioniq 5. Now, it is a fully electric vehicle, but I entered, with my preconceived notions, and I got to tell you, it's unbelievable technology that delivers 300 miles of range, and its charging is very quick. You can go from 10% battery to 80% battery in just about 15 minutes. And the thing that really blew me away, knowing that it was an electric vehicle, was the horsepower. Now, this might be a shot at my truck, and for all of you people that want to criticize my truck, you be quiet. But I'm telling you, the Hyundai Ioniq is 320 horsepower, and it's electric. My truck is less than that horsepower, and it's gas. So this thing is really, really cool. Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown, and they're offering a complimentary, how about this, a complimentary home charger and a $600 installation credit with your purchase. You can visit their dealers today at the piazzaautogroup.com or also check out all of the great features on this vehicle, including their America's Best warranty. It's been like that for a long time with Hyundai. 10 years, 100,000 miles. You won't beat it. piazzaautogroup.com.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Make today the day.
The Eagles escaped with the win yesterday as they beat the Dallas Cowboys 28-23 at Lincoln Financial Field. It was a back-and-forth game that went down to the final play. The Eagles are now 8-1. The Cowboys fall to 5-3. With the Eagles, this is Mike Quick.
PNC's business banking team is built entirely around the way you like to do business. Need innovative mobile tools that let you manage your cash flow, monitor your payments, and more around the clock? You've got it. Need a team of business bankers who are ready to sit down and help you develop personalized strategies? You've got it. PNC is proud to be a part of the Delaware Valley community. Learn how PNC Bank can make a difference for you and your business at pnc.com/bank your way.
PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC. Life can get hectic. It's time to retreat from the noise. Take a breath. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's oldest and largest Catholic retreat house, located on a stunning campus in Chester County. Surround yourself in God's beauty while you step back, reflect, and recharge. Malvern Retreat House hosts men and women's retreats, plus couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and more. For retreat information and schedules, go to malvernretreat.com. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Wherever the road takes you this holiday, make it memorable in the ultimate driving machine. Step into the BMW X5 with capable performance, cutting-edge technology, and unmistakable presence. Or chart a different course in the BMW X3. With style and powerful all-terrain versatility, there's no limit to your adventure. Find your ultimate BMW X3 or X5 at the Road Home sales event. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Hurry in for a credit of up to $3,000 on select models now through November 30th. Visit BMWCenters.com today.
You know, the future of joint pain relief is right here in Philadelphia. QC Kinetics, Advanced Regenerative Medicine. As so many of you have told me, Dawn, it feels like a miracle. If you're suffering from pain, maybe you've been told that surgery is your only option or that you need more steroids. Just hold up just a second and get a second opinion. Learn more about how you can harness your body's own healing agents which attack that joint pain. I'm talking lasting relief. QC Kinetics does not mask the pain. These treatments go to the very core of the problem, using concentrated healing properties placed directly into your joint to restore and repair that damaged tissue. So think about it. Living your life, whether it's bike riding, walking, playing a little golf, whatever that looks like for you, no more pain in your knees, your hips, your aching shoulder, your back. And it means no drugs, no downtime, no surgery here. Life is about moving, and QC Kinetics is giving people their lives back and getting them moving again. And these are all natural, really breakthrough treatments. Just call the local medical professionals. I visited them in KOP, King of Prussia. They're awesome. Get a free consultation today. QC Kinetics, which is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. Just call them 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, as we continue, fourth and final hour, live on this Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Morning mystery movie clip coming up at 9:20. Who on Twitter today? What's on tap for the Dawn Show? And what's on the cut sheet part 2? Also coming up right around 9:35 and 9:50, respectively. So a lot of stuff coming up when it comes to elections. We know we've got the race tomorrow between Sherelle Parker and David O., mayor of Philadelphia. We've got school board elections, none bigger than Central Bucks School District, as we know, the third largest county in the state of Pennsylvania. And school district-wise, you're talking about 17,000 plus students. But also need to pay attention to what is happening tomorrow when it comes to abortion and it comes to 2024. And one of the things that I found interesting with this New York Times article, and I have not been paying attention to, other states like Kentucky or Tennessee or Virginia, things like that. I've been pretty much wrapped up in everything local, Pennsylvania, and then, of course, national when it comes to the general election next year. And we're coming off of last year's midterms where we expected a red wave and it didn't come. And now we're talking about New York Times polling with Joe Biden and Donald Trump and how good things are looking polling-wise for Trump. But 2023, while it's not like a hardcore election year, as Stocker said earlier in the show, it is still very important because, as the New York Times writes in this piece, they go on to say the following. Abortion has emerged as a defining fault line of this year's elections, with consequential contests in several states on Tuesday, offering fresh tests of the issue's political potency nearly a year and a half after the Supreme Court ended a federal right to abortion. The decision overturning Roe v. Wade scrambled American politics in 2022 and certainly was a major factor in the midterms in the fall, transforming a long-standing social conflict into an electoral battering ram that helped drive Democrats to critical victories in the midterm races. And I believe I mentioned a few months ago, I would imagine that this still stands true. I think it was something to the effect of 6 or 7 different elections where
the pro-choice was victorious every single time. And the takeaway was that Republicans have lost every election since the Supreme Court sent Roe v. Wade back down and kicked it back down to a state issue. But they go on to say in this article here in the New York Times, in Kentucky, Democrats are testing whether abortion can provide a political advantage even in a red state. And having lived in Tennessee, one state south or to the east of Kentucky, I've certainly seen the way that stuff plays out in these states. And I would say this, when you look at Virginia, Virginia is the only southern state that does not have an abortion ban. And you have the governor of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin, a Republican, who is trying to flip the script in the state's legislative elections, casting Democrats as the extreme ones and saying that his party supports a common sense position. And that's a quote, common sense position, 15-week ban. And this is not really to argue over or have a conversation over pro-life versus pro-choice. I know it's always a touchy subject for a lot of people. I don't love talking about it either. But I would say this. We know that the Democrats are very diabolical. And we also know, we highlighted it this morning. Pro-Palestinian supporters that have had the support from the Biden administration are chanting F Joe Biden at the White House. We have seen squad Dems and the far left progressives saying that John Fetterman has betrayed them because John Fetterman says we need to do everything and anything to support Israel. So you know that the Dems, they don't care. They will kick you to the curb and they will do anything. And I mean anything it takes to win. If they have to drag a 80-year-old corpse to the finish line, as long as that person is breathing and clinically alive, they will do it. So I have to believe, and if we frame it this way from the standpoint of this story from the New York Times, will abortion dominate the 2024 elections? I would actually argue, I don't even think you need to see the way it plays out in 2023, because I'm just going to go on what I know. And what I know is that Democrats know this is an absolute must for them. And they will weaponize, they will politicize, they will make it as extreme as possible. Post Roe v. Wade, which I believe was June of 2022 that went down, or July. It's about 18 months ago. They will absolutely use that to catapult themselves to victory. So I think really everybody should be paying attention to the way these things play out in some of these other areas. And if the Democrats are victorious, and also if we can find ads and TV campaigns and things like that, and just maybe play them, or if you can find them yourself on the internet or on social media and listen to the tone and watch the video, I think you're going to arrive at the conclusion that if the Democrats make that because they can't talk about the economy, they can't talk about crime, they can't talk about the border, they're wrong on the Israel-Hamas-Palestine stance, their progressive policies of defunding have failed, DEI is never going to be successful, meritocracy will. But if they want to run on this and they want to target the 18 to 32-year-old career-oriented female that does not have a child, that lives in a high-rise apartment, that drinks expensive coffee, that hates Republicans, they will go to victory. I truly believe that. And I'm not saying it's the right stance. I'm not saying it's the right moral stance or cause, but just pay attention to the way this plays out and look at how much of when you look at everything that they're going to try to campaign for and everything that they're going to advocate for, how much of that pie is dedicated towards abortion. If they make it a big piece of the pie, I don't think it works out well for Republicans. I really don't.
Yeah, these are going to be bellwethers to test how motivated that base is. You know, we saw in 2022 how motivated they were. So and to your point, every election that abortion has been on the ballot, or some form of it, or whatever, the Republicans have lost. So it'll be the Democrats know that it's a winning hand for them, but the problem is that is their base motivated enough to go out for it?
I think they are. I really do. And you talk about a winning hand. What other hands are they going to play?
It's true.
Right?
That's literally all they have.
If
that's
they believe
all they have. That democracy.
Yes, the threats to democracy and abortion.
Yeah.
If they believe abortion to them is like getting pocket aces, and they're not going to win with kings, queens, jacks, 10s, or 7-8 offsuit, which is every other policy that they have that has failed. If this is the one that will get, because this is, what do we always say? Or at least I believe this. I think Democrats vote with their feelings. Republicans vote with facts. And here's the thing with the Democrats. The abortion topic is a very emotional topic. And I don't even like talking about this because I'm a guy. I feel like this is more for females to some extent. But like if it's an emotional thing, and Democrats are great at tugging at the heartstrings of emotions. What was that clip we played for you in the first hour with the girl who was on with Dana Bash talking about, it was the Texas Democrat congresswoman that was on there talking about feelings. And she was like basically insulting her own base.
Yep.
Like Democrats always go for the, like, and that's what the race card is. It's not based in fact in 2023 anymore. Mm-hmm. I say all the time that the demand for racism far out exceeds the supply, but the Democrats always go to it because it gets people in their feelings. Same thing with abortion.
Honestly, my big takeaway from all of this is that I'm watching these how these elections play out very carefully over the next couple of days. And I think that's a bigger tell, in my opinion, than any poll that we've read from.
For any topic you're talking about, for like president,
Yes.
for...
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't disagree with that. I mean, what is a bigger dead giveaway if you want to make it your entire platform than this subject? School choice? Probably not. Even though you could argue it could be.
Well, to your point, any other subject they bring up is a losing issue for them.
But
so they have to
but
run on this.
But forget what's a losing issue. If we're ranking all of the issues, there's nothing bigger than the economy, right? Which is checkmark Republican.
Here's what Democrats right now have to rely on the ignorance of voters to think that in Pennsylvania right now, women can get an abortion through the 23rd week of pregnancy. Okay.
PA
That's the
23
law.
weeks.
PA is 23 weeks.
So that's basically
Plan
6
B,
months.
Plan B is legal. You don't have to be a certain age, to my knowledge. That's the morning after pill.
Mm-hmm.
And to my understanding of this, it would take a whole lot to try to overturn the law that is existing in Pennsylvania. Even though they try to say, "Oh, well, you got to be those shifty Republicans," you would have to. I just don't see that would be in play.
Okay.
Truthful. I mean, I'm being honest. And a lot of pro-life people might be upset about that because it's through the 23rd week, right?
Right.
I think that Pennsylvania is a pro-choice state. They've allowed it. It's in the law. It's codified. I don't see it changing. But Democrats want to make it seem like, oh, we're on shaky ground. No, we're not.
Mm-hmm.
We're not. And so that might upset, both sides. But the truth of the matter is, they're going to run on it and give misinformation to try to say, oh, you got to vote for the Democrats because this is in play. It is not in play.
I do find this little excerpt interesting in the New York Times article about how Virginia, the only southern state without an abortion ban under Governor Glenn Youngkin. And you remember a couple of weeks ago on this show, I said that I could see Glenn Youngkin becoming the candidate for the Republican Party for president in 2028. And a lot of that conversation that we had a few weeks ago was centered around the fact that I don't know if Ron DeSantis is salvageable. And if I recall correctly, if I'm wrong, somebody let me know. But I believe DeSantis, it's a 6-week ban that he talks about in Florida. Whereas Governor Glenn Youngkin is saying, I have, and my party and our administration supports a, quote, common sense position of a 15-week ban. Taking those two differences, 6 weeks versus 15 weeks, and maybe anybody that has a ban on the Republican side is not going to ever be president of the United States again. Maybe it's that extreme. I don't know. It could be. Who knows? We'll see the way 2028 plays out. But I would argue then, to my point a few weeks ago, that maybe Glenn Youngkin is more electable in the future as POTUS than Ron DeSantis is.
Well, I think Glenn Youngkin, the way he worded it, he says he is pro-life personally, but he says that it's the pain threshold. And I think that a lot of people have picked up on that kind of wording, that he has said, we know through medical, through science, and through what's proven, there's a pain threshold. In other words, when the unborn fetus baby can actually feel the pain of that procedure.
Correct.
Right, to end the pregnancy.
Correct.
I think that is that is a wise way that he words it, talking about the pain threshold bill.
Mhm.
So it was a bipartisan bill, and I forget how many. I think it was after 15 weeks, wasn't it, or was it 20? Because Pennsylvania is 23 weeks.
Okay. And Glenn Youngkin
but
is 15 weeks.
he has said that he would sign the so-called pain threshold bill.
Okay.
That I think the pain threshold is after 15 weeks.
And I'm just trying to forecast and project moving forward for what we see here in 2023, what we see in 24, what we'll see again in 2028. And if you recall, and I don't remember how specific it was, the ad versus the actual words that came out of his mouth. But if you remember a year ago, leading into the midterms, I mean, Mastriano, from a governor's standpoint, he was, if I recall correctly, at least for a good portion of the time, he wasn't willing to budge, I think, on anything, which obviously, and I don't, even if he was willing to budge, he still loses to Shapiro anyway. But I think it's those stances that could be a hindrance for Republicans moving forward. Now, look, you can have your beliefs, and I'm not even saying you're wrong. You could be the most staunch, ardent conservative at all. But if this is ultimately what costs you victory, my question is, and I think it's a fair and logical question, are you willing to kind of move off of your strong stance? And if not, that's fine. I got you. But if it prevents you from succeeding and gaining elections and winning elections and taking power, I mean, are you prepared to go down with that ship? Like, I'll make it like, from a sports analogy. Like, if I you might want to throw the ball every stinking play. But if I tell you Andy Reid or I tell you Nick Sirianni, if you just run the freaking ball, you'll win the game. Are you going to do it? Because we sit here and we say economy, and the polls are showing it. Americans believe Republicans will be far better off with Republicans leading the economy. We know crime-wise, law and order. We know the funding for the southern border, which, by the way, did you guys see this? Biden now wants to use $950 million to finish the wall at the southern border when he said he wouldn't build another foot of it. That was back in the news again this weekend. But all of these things line up checkmark Republican, economy, inflation, crime, border, national security, pro-Israel as opposed to pro-Palestine. The one thing working against Republicans right now is everything after the Supreme Court said, you know what, we're kicking this back down to the states. This is not a federal issue. We will let you guys divide it up, divvy it up, discuss it amongst yourselves. And now you have different states with different bans or different time periods. But you made an interesting point on how the Democrats will throw out misinformation. Let's say, and I'm just throwing out a hypothetical example here. I can't think of one state that has a ban that the next neighboring state doesn't. But if you really wanted to go ahead with one of these procedures and it was banned in your state, but you were 2.5 hours away from driving across state lines and you could get it done in that state. Like, I've always believed if you want something, you'll probably find a way to get it, right? If you need extra money, you get a second job. If you want this, you do that. So if you want to go through with this procedure and it's banned in your state and you're ticked off about that, well, I mean, you can find a way to make it 2.5 hours elsewhere where it is still permitted and allowed. I know it's a sticky situation. It's very dicey. People don't like to talk about it, but I don't think you can run from it, right? Like this is unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, this is one of the main topics of discussion for the foreseeable future. Now, I don't know, 15, 20 years from now, I can't forecast how prominent this issue will be in American politics. Maybe it dies off a little bit, but probably not. But after what happened with the Supreme Court back in the summer of 2022, kicking this back to the states, I mean, we have seen the proof is in the pudding. Republicans haven't won squat since. So it's an issue. And I don't know what the actual correct answer is. I think it just really comes down to how bad you want to win.
I think ultimately, because as we're talking, I'm looking at the differences between Florida's 6-week ban. It says like 15 weeks. The difference, I believe the bipartisan measure that was the so-called pain threshold measure that is might be a model for Republicans moving forward. That's the Glenn Youngkin policy.
Right.
Says that even after the 15 months, they do have exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother after the 15.
Right.
I think that Florida, it's very tough, even for a rape victim or incest victim after the 15 weeks. So I think that the bipartisan legislation in Virginia, that's why everybody's looking to that.
Mhm.
As far as Doug Mastriano, who's current, he's a state senator right now. I think, Doug is a good man, but he was not a good campaigner.
That's correct.
And right. And I think that he felt that people would be well educated and they would understand that he could not, as governor, just come in and wipe out all the established laws that are really have deep tentacles and are in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
I think he believed that and didn't understand, the campaigns and the media campaigns that basically told people that a pro-life, staunch Christian conservative like Mastriano, oh yeah, he's going to come in and wipe it out. I don't think he would have, and I don't think he could have, but certainly it was very convincing.
Yeah. And I'm glad you mentioned, those, quote exceptions, rape, incest. There was another one that you mentioned.
Life of the mother.
The life of the mother. Like when you're not willing,
which are very rare.
Right. When you're not willing to budge off of some of those, I just envision some of these, left-wing supporters on social media and some of their angry videos they post. And I picture their faces when they hear that somebody's not willing to budge on that. And again, I'm not telling you which way you should feel. I just know the way that these people react, and it will be venomous to say the least. So,
yeah, I mean, as a woman, I'll just say this. This is a great example of an incendiary issue. We are getting played. How are we getting played? Because reproductive rights, give me a break. I mean, there are women I know right now that spend $100 a month for birth control pills. That's absurd. So there are no reproductive rights. If men had to get their monthly thing, which is basically every 21 days, and they bled for a week, every 21 days, trust me, there would be reproductive rights. I'm sorry, but the whole...
Dawn, are you saying men can't have periods? I was told on TikTok they do.
You can't.
Oh, okay.
You can't. You don't. And so this is all women being divided over partisan politics, and they fundraise like crazy off of this. And so it's a shame, because if women ever became united on real I'm talking about women's health issues instead of a abortion issue, which is a tiny fraction, right, of our entire huge country.
Mm-hmm.
But once again, women, they want to divide women because, God forbid, if women came together and united on anything, the rest of the country would be in trouble because women would rule.
I mean,
to be honest,
I don't know. Women kind of united, and
maybe it's scary to you.
No. I mean,
you're talking about like the sports thing.
No. In the last election in 2022, women kind of united, didn't they? I mean, they had the victory for a lot of Democrats. So, I think women are united in this, honestly. To be honest with you.
Well, I think women in the last election were united by misleading campaigns. But what women got was not better services. If women are paying what we're paying and what's not covered, and with regard to women's health in general, whether it's your mammogram, your monthly exams, what women have to pay for things, that's not happening.
Well, then this goes back to messaging again, right? I mean, why is it that the Democrats can always do a better job achieving their desired outcome with their messaging than Republicans can?
Yeah.
Right? Whether it's misinformation or not, they get their people to buy in, right?
It was misinformation, and what it does is it fuels money to Planned Parenthood and keeps them in business, right? And they already make enough money. So, and they won't give money to other clinics. And so it's not a good deal. Mm-hmm. It's not a good deal for women.
All right, 9:23 on this Monday morning. If I'm going to stay in business, I better get to the morning mystery movie clip because we're late.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is good work.
Should we take it up to Ben?
No, not yet.
Why not? We got law. This is it.
No, this is law covering for one priest. There's another 90 out there.
Yeah, and we'll print that story when we get it, but we got to go with this now.
No, I'm not going to rush the story, Mike.
We don't have a choice, Robbie. If we don't rush to print, somebody else is going to find these letters and butcher the story. Joe Quimby from the Herald was at the freaking courthouse.
So we'll write a holding story, and we'll keep our eye on the Herald.
Keep our eye on the Herald. They run this, and they get it wrong. The church will bury it. We got to do this now.
Mike.
What? Why are we hesitating?
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, yes. By the way, I have no idea what that movie is.
Really?
And maybe I should.
You should.
But it came out 8 years ago today. That's the hint and the clue that I was given.
Great movie, by the way.
All right. Today's prize is a pair of tickets to see A Very Philly Christmas at the Kimmel Center, Verizon Hall, December 2nd at 3 p.m., featuring Broadway singers and dancers, local choirs, and the No-Name Pops in brilliant arrangements of your favorite holiday songs, plus lots of surprises and some essentially Philly fun. Caller 12, 855-839-1210, the phone number. See if we get this correct, as this is the first day post-Valdez.
Uh-oh.
Can we start Phil off with a bang?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, your boy left on Friday and you weren't even here.
I know.
All right. Back after this, Kayal and Company.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. If your furnace or heat pump is 15 years old or your boiler is 20 years old, well, this winter, you might be out in the cold.
And this is Ian Cans, the future fourth-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. When it comes to HVAC, that's the one thing my dad knows what he's talking about. Don't be left out in the cold this winter. Call my dad to check out your furnace or boiler before winter starts.
Thanks, Ian. Contact us now at marvinecans.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Is the IRS after you? Do you owe them more than you'll ever be able to pay? Are they levying your bank account, garnishing your paycheck? Are you staying up all night worrying they'll take everything you have? Are they bullying you into doing something you know is wrong? If so, you need somebody on your side that's not afraid to go toe-to-toe with them. Somebody that's not afraid to fight them. Somebody experienced in beating them at their own game and helping you. That person is Charles Montesino. He's a certified public accountant and certified tax resolution specialist. He's one of fewer than 200 in the entire country with both designations. He's known as the tax problem solver because he solves tax problems. The IRS is the biggest collection agency in the world. They don't always play fair. You need to even the playing field. Stop being bullied and get help from a professional that knows how to beat them. Call 609-970-4634. That's 609-970-4634. He's the taxpayer's advocate. He works for you. That's 609-970-4634.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171.
comedian Joe Conklin.
Back here at the Phillies wrap-up in front of a very despondent crowd here, L.A.
I see John Ritchie talking to some ladies at the bar doing his best Nick Castellanos impression.
How's that, L.A.?
He just struck out 4 times.
Ritchie dancing on his own again.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Sellersville Theater Saturday, November 18th for 2 shows, 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com! If you have Medicare plan questions and are turning 65 and getting inundated by mail and phone calls, learn the A, B, C, and D's of Medicare. Let the Senior Store answer all of your questions. Get your free evaluation today by visiting the Enrollment Center. Call a local Senior Store licensed agent at 877-YOU-LEARN-65 or by setting up an in-home visit. That's 877-YOU-LEARN-65 or visit theseniorstore.com. Enrollment starts October 15th. Not affiliated with the U.S. government or federal Medicare program.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Israel Defense Forces announced they've fully encircled Gaza City. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken arrives in Turkey on the last stop of his Middle East diplomacy trip. And Tyson recalls tens of thousands of pounds of dinosaur-shaped chicken patties after consumers report finding metal pieces of them.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Here at your neighborhood grocery outlet, we carry the name brands you love at savings of 40 to 70%. Considering current prices, that's good to know. But groceries aren't the only thing you'll find great deals on. Check out our selection of general merchandise. With Thanksgiving coming up, you'll save big on fall decor, brand name cookware and food storage, and all the prep tools you'll need to make a holiday feast. Who knows what other treasures you might find? All at huge savings. Only at your local grocery outlet.
Grocery Outlet Bargain Market.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And you know, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
It's exciting times once more in the city of brotherly love, and the Bush Auto Group is joining in on the action. With 2 Nissan dealerships in Exeter and Limerick and 2 Infiniti dealerships in Ardmore and Westchester, we've got over 700 new and pre-owned vehicles just waiting for your selection. And every single one of those vehicles comes with over $3,000 in bonus value to tackle the cost of vehicle ownership. A play so unstoppable they want to ban it, but they can't. So push that tush over to bushautogroup.com today. Billy rides with us.
Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
.933, it's Kayal and Company live here on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet part 2 coming up in just a matter of moments. Who on Twitter today? What's on tap for the Dawn Show? But right now, we find out who is our morning mystery movie clip winner as we welcome in George from Mount Airy. George, what movie clip did we just play for you last segment, sir?
Yes, good morning, Nick. That would be Spotlight.
That is correct, sir. Spotlight. Spotlight is on you, George, because you will be going to a very Philly Christmas at the Kimmel Center, Verizon Hall, coming up. I believe that's the first Saturday in December, December 2nd at 3 o'clock. So congratulations, George.
Great. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
You got it, George, and we appreciate you listening.
Yeah. What is a very Philly Christmas? Like, how is one described as a very Philly Christmas?
I think we boo Santa Claus.
I get you.
No, that's not what we do. That's what the national sports networks think we do all the time.
Say that, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a good time, though.
It does.
Yeah, so that's coming up 3 p.m. on December the 2nd. And by the way, we were having a conversation about in the cut sheet this morning about our latest Gen Zer who was having a meltdown over the fact that he had to work 25 hours a week while being a full-time college student. And then we referenced our other female Gen Zer who was torn apart over the thought of working a 9 to 5 and not getting home till 6:15 and having a social life. So Kurt Roth sends us a tweet on Twitter and says the bus driver would make the perfect boss for both of those two.
I'm done with you. Do you hear me? I'm done with this.
That's right. We need her to whip some butt.
Yeah, I think she should be the motivational speaker of Kayal and Company to whip Gen Z into shape from their victimhood culture.
I agree with you.
I think we could put her on the payroll. Probably not.
No, we can't.
That's right.
We can't put anybody else on the payroll.
That's right. I mean, Valdez left because the payroll wasn't high enough. But I digress. Yeah. All right. 9:35. Let's get to round 2. What's on the cut sheet, part 2?
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the cut sheet, part 2 is sponsored by the Delaware Valley BMW Centers now through November 30th during the BMW Road Home Sales event. Receive a credit of up to $3,000 on select models like the BMW X3 and X5. For details, visit your local Delaware Valley BMW Centers or go to bmwcenters.com. bmwcenters.com. Go there today. So this clip is making the rounds on social media. George Stephanopoulos on ABC this week had Steve Scalise on and asked him 5 times whether the 2020 election was stolen.
Okay.
Apparently, the answer that Mr. Scalise was giving Mr. Stephanopoulos was not good enough.
Okay.
Because he kept going back to it, and back to it, and back to it, and back to it.
On November the 5th, 2023. Interesting.
Well, that brings up a more interesting point. We talked about abortion being on the ballot in 2024, whether it will galvanize the voter base. It seems to me like this is also going to be something that they're going to use in their playbook as well.
Yeah.
George Stephanopoulos, former Democrat operative, a former member of the Clinton administration, he knows all too well, the talking points. So anyway, cut 15, Phil, go.
Need stronger action right now.
Can you say unequivocally that the 2020 election was not stolen?
What I've told you is there are states that didn't follow their laws. That is what the state constitution, the U.S. Constitution requires. I've seen in my own state where we had to send our elections commissioner to jail years ago for fraud and corruption, and we cleaned up our act in our state. Every state ought to follow the laws that are on their books. That's what the U.S. Constitution says.
That's not what I asked. I said, can you say unequivocally that the 2020 election was not stolen?
Look, Joe Biden's president. I know you and others want to talk about 2020. We're focused on the future. We've talked about 2020 a lot. We're talking about how to get our country back on track, how to get our economy moving, how to stand up to the bad actors around the world. Xi is not slowing down in China. He's looking at Taiwan. You see what's going on in Russia. You see what Iran is doing to work with Hamas and other terrorist organizations. This administration needs to pick up the pace. They're not standing up to the bad actors around the world. They need to. We're passing bills to address this through the House. The Senate needs to take action. The President needs to take action as well. That's what we're focused on in the House.
I know that Joe Biden is president. I'm asking you a different question. Can you say unequivocally that the 2020 election was not stolen?
What I've told you, and you've seen this, there are states that didn't follow the laws that are on their books, which is what the U.S. Constitution says they have to do.
So you just refuse to say unequivocally that the 2020 election was not stolen?
So you want to keep rehashing 2020. We're talking
I just want an answer to the question, yes or no.
Threats to this country. We've talked about this before, but again, will you acknowledge that there were states that didn't follow the actual state legislative enacted laws on their books, which the U.S. Constitution says they're supposed to do?
I know that
Acknowledge
I know that every court that looked at whether the election was stolen said it wasn't, rejected those claims. And I asked you a very, very simple question. Now I've asked it, I think, the 5th time that you can't appear to answer. Can you say unequivocally the 2020 election was not
I told you
stolen?
there were a handful of states that didn't follow their laws. The rest did. The rest followed. And again, states that Trump won, states that Biden won that did follow their laws. There were a handful of states that didn't follow the laws that were on the books. They went to secretaries of state to change the rules of the game, and then the voters didn't know what the rules were because ultimately the state laws weren't followed in those states. That's not what the U.S. Constitution says. At some point, we should go back to following the Constitution, George.
The courts have all followed the Constitution. They all rejected the claims you just made. And I just want to say again, for the record.
Or they said there was no standing.
You cannot say that the 2020 election was not stolen. Yes or no, was the 2020 election stolen?
What I've told you is Joe Biden's the president of the United States, and right now he's failing the country on so many fronts that matter to families. We're talking about what matters to families today. You can keep talking about 2020. I'm talking about what's wrong with our country today, how to fix the problems, how to secure America's border. You don't want to talk about that because Democrat mayors across the country are talking about how broken our border is to the point where people on the terrorist watch list from some of these hostile countries are coming into our country today, not just bringing drugs that are killing young people, but people that actually want to do us harm. And this president won't take action. We've passed legislation to fix this problem, to secure our border. The president doesn't want to negotiate with us or with Democrat mayors who are telling him it's a major problem to big cities like New York that we should all be concerned about. So the president can keep talking about the past. You can. We're going to talk about the future and how to help these families who are struggling across America.
Wow. Jeez. All right. So let me try to remember all of my takes as I'm jotting them down in my own brain as this thing just goes on and on and on. First of all, let me start with the bottom scroll on the ABC. And again, you got to remember what field of play you're on. So this is ABC News. And at the bottom, it says election denialism still rampant in Republican Party, to which I would say, do we really need to roll the tapes on all the election denialism from the Democrats? I mean, we could pull out Stacey Abrams multiple times, Hillary Clinton multiple times. You go on down the list. And then especially when they say the phrase illegitimate president. Trump was an illegitimate president. But this is also interesting timing because, Dawn, on Friday, we talked about what that Democratic judge in Connecticut sent back with the ballots and that election on that local level that was compromised. But here's what I would say, and this would go to mainstream media. This would also go to Republicans as well. First of all, mainstream media, why do you keep asking, like at a feverish pitch, to every Republican you get on your platform, that same played out question? It's November 5th, 2023. To me, I would, if I was in a court, I'd be like, relevance, Your Honor, irrelevant. Let's move it along. And then secondly, too, but I would say this about Republicans. Doesn't matter what happened in 2020. Nothing you can do is going to change that now. And nothing you can do is going to, to Steve Scalise's credit, where I like his answer the first time and the third time, is when he talks about states that should adhere to and follow the Constitution. Great answer. Second time around, when he started pivoting to Xi in China, don't wiggle out to China. I don't want to hear about the southern border and all the other talking points. But I don't know what got into Stephanopoulos. He's not a hardball, hardline question guy. That was, 5 times right there?
Well, that's my biggest question about this is that, like, why now all of a sudden is he, and why did he choose Steve Scalise too? Like, I'm just, it's, and I have another clip where Glenn Youngkin was his guest right after, and he asked it. So it's interesting to me.
It's a good thing he had Mike Johnson on.
It's interesting to me how, like why he's asking that question now.
Because he wants the soundbite.
Correct. Yeah.
And they need to say, they need to coach them better. Because I'm just like yelling at the TV, like, Steve has got to say, Senator Scalise, you've got to say, hey, George, I'm not gonna fall for your soundbite. I'm not gonna give you the soundbite that you want over here.
Correct.
Okay. I'm not a soundbite machine. I know you want that soundbite so that it can go viral.
Yep.
So I'm not gonna play the soundbite game.
Respectfully, though, like
no, not respectfully.
Well,
this is what they. I mean, I know this. This is what they do. They want to get the little soundbite so that it can. Steve Scalise acknowledges it wasn't. It's like,
I'm asking you something respectively.
What?
If all of these guys know that this is the game the media plays with them.
Mm-hmm.
Why do they go on these shows? Why? Just stop going on the shows.
Yeah.
It's as easy as that.
Yeah, Steve Scalise is not winning anybody over on that audience. I agree wholeheartedly with that.
I don't understand it.
It's poor strategy.
I agree with what Don is saying. He's looking for a soundbite. There's zero question in my mind. That's what he's looking for.
The only thing it accomplishes is you can sit there and say, see, we're not afraid to go on behind enemy lines.
But it appeases nobody.
I agree.
It appeases absolutely nobody, and you just make yourself look foolish.
Well, I keep telling you, like, to relitigate 2020 for the 92nd, 435th thousandth time, like, it's a losing endeavor. Just like when DeSantis and Trump are quibbling over who had lockdowns and who handled the pandemic better. The reality is this, and I think Trump actually said this in Florida this past weekend, that even the worst Republican still handled COVID better than the best Democrat did. But relitigating COVID lockdowns within Republicans themselves with Trump and DeSantis, or DeSantis and this person, or Trump and that person, losing endeavor.
Agreed. By the way, we don't have time to play because we have to break. But he did ask Glenn Youngkin the same thing, and Glenn Youngkin did in fact say that it was not stolen. So
okay, so Glenn Youngkin's.
I mean, he had a really long-winded explanation, but
Gotcha.
he did at the end. He did say that it was not stolen.
I mean, George Stephanopoulos is to the point where it gets annoying. You just played a clip within the last month where he just on and on. He just has one thing. And he does not want to advance any kind of a story.
No.
He just wants the soundbite.
Mm-hmm.
He just wants to pound
And
it.
that's
Sick of it.
Yes, you're right. And as Dawn once said,
You want to pound it and then do like a dry rub.
But again, these guys don't have to go on these shows. They
I know,
just don't.
But
they just have to have a better answer, Greg. They need to say, George, come on. I came on your show to talk about the real issues facing Americans today.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about 3 years ago. It's in the past.
That's correct.
Let it go, George. Let it go.
And it's the same line of questioning that we got in all of these debates that were moderated by people that were not Republicans. Remember the first two debates, 2020 was brought up again, and it's like, how many times are we going to talk about this? It's like there's nothing left to be discussed. Although I will say this, it does look like Mike Johnson is inching closer towards releasing all 41,000. And I don't know how you even release this or how you actually have time to watch it, but he apparently is close to releasing all 41,000 hours of the January 6th footage, which is something that he did talk about saying he would do if he became Speaker of the House. I saw that kind of playing out over the weekend. I think it was Friday into Saturday. So pay attention to that.
Peg on the YouTube chat writes, I saw it live and George came across like a jerk. Yeah, to you who doesn't agree with him, but to the majority of people who watch those shows agree with what
he's playing to his base.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Yeah. So this would all be a lot easier if all these people just said, you know what, we're not going to do these shows.
Yeah.
There's nothing to gain from us. There's nothing to gain at all.
If I'm in Steve Scalise's camp, or I have somebody within my department that booked the interview and said, yeah, we can do it. What time do you want to record it, or is it live, or whatever? I would literally have that person say, hey, just so you know, I'm not talking about the 2020 election. So if you don't want to have me on, that's fine. But I'm not going to I'm not going to answer. So
then they're going to report that.
Absolutely.
You don't want that.
Okay.
You don't want that. They just need to say, George, I know you're playing your favorite tune. I know that you're just placating your audience, but honestly, we've got to move forward from 3 years ago. I've said Biden's the president. I don't know which. You just want a soundbite from me, and it's
right.
George. I'm starting to feel sorry for you. It's getting silly here.
It's
maybe this is why your ratings are kind of lower. Why don't we talk about the real issues of the day?
Yeah.
Ipso Facto in the YouTube chat says, I would answer with, George, did you provide Clinton with young girls while in the Oval Office? It's a very good point.
Have you ever been to the island?
He was there during the Monica Lewinsky thing, so you would think that maybe they're allegedly he resigned over that, right? That was the talking point, was that after the Monica Lewinsky thing, he was done with the Clinton administration.
But see, this is why just what we say, that what Trump was born out of. Trump would say, George, can you confirm that you resigned over Epstein Island? I mean, that's the kind of thing, but obviously Scalise, he has a lot of class. He's trying to answer the question. But the problem is, what everybody has to understand is they're not playing fair.
Right. All right, 9:49. We'll come back and we have to take a break, right?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back and find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show and who on Twitter today. Kayal and Company, be right back.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to all your home improvement needs, trust is everything. And that's why for years, I've been talking about the amazing work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons has done for me and my home. My roof, doors, windows, siding, and yes, remodeling projects. Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, and now baths and kitchens. Emmons is the Delaware Valley's one-stop shop for all of your home improvement needs. Call 856-556-3229 and get a free estimate, or go online to emmonsroofing.com, or even better, come visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. emmonsroofing.com. It's about trust, it's about quality, it's about great work, and that's why me and my family have used them for basically every project we've done to improve our home. emmonsroofing.com.
My name is Tom DeBello, and I'm here to take a sledgehammer to the excessive spending in Montgomery County as your next county commissioner. If you're fed up, tired, and had enough of your hard-earned money being spent on their projects to enrich themselves and their friends, then help me help you. Together, we can bring back strong, experienced leadership to Montgomery County. Vote Tom DeBello for Montgomery County Commissioner on November 7th. This ad is paid for by friends of Tom DeBello.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. What does it say? Beware. If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
I'm Tony Kornheiser, and this is my show. What, you expecting something different? Whether you're looking for deep, insightful dives into the day's top sports stories, that's why we have guests, right, Nigel? Or simply how to get change for 100, you'll find it on the Tony Kornheiser Show. From football picks from the best prognosticators in the business, including a monkey, to real-time baseball playoff analysis, to traffic in an area where you don't live. We got you covered. My friends come on, and you know them. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Question for you. How many healthcare providers do you know who schedule downtime in their offices for team training? Not many. But my good friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz does that because he wants to ensure that he and his staff are well-versed in all the latest technology, so when he invests in new state-of-the-art equipment for his patients, he can rest assured that he and his staff can maximize the performance of the new technology. One of their latest investments is the Trios 5 scanner. Talk about amazing. The Trios 5 has an incredible design which reduces the potential for patients gagging or experiencing discomfort during the impression-taking process. Plus, the process is much faster, which saves Dr. Bentz and his patients precious time. The scans are done, the plan is made, and the on-site lab gets to work. Dr. Bentz and his staff are a well-oiled machine when it comes to your comprehensive dental care. They're always working to make that experience as comfortable and as seamless as it can be. Visit them at bentzdentalgroup.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Hey, West Berlin, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who
Heard it from a friend that Dawn Stensland's coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. And I know that to be factually correct. 7 minutes out. What do we have lined up this morning, Dawn?
Oh, it's jam-packed. Obviously, there's a lot developing, both in Israel, here at home, D.C., Trump in testifying in Manhattan, Johnny Dock embezzlement trial here in Philadelphia. So as far as guests go, we have a lot going on with a great guest. This is that new Disney John Travolta movie that's upcoming. So this is going to be a lot of fun. So we'll talk about all things Disney and the new movie, The Shepherd.
Cool.
And so we'll have the movie's producer, Anthony Dorenzo, lined up, the director, Ian Softly.
Now, is this a woke rendition of Shepherd, or is this...
No.
Okay.
It's a tribute to military. It's good.
Beautiful.
It's
Very good.
getting
Like
raver. Ben Radcliffe, Stephen McIntosh. So it's supposed to be good, and it's all about on Christmas Eve, a fighter pilot on his way home gets lost mid-flight over water, needs a miracle to land safely.
Okay.
So this will be our escape from all the craziness in the universe. So thank you, Anthony, for booking him. So we have that going on after all the breaking news and so on. So we'll get to that. Then coming up in the 11 a.m. hour, again, I always begin with what's developing, what's breaking. But 11:05, we'll have candidate Arthi Martino. She'll be calling in. This is Bucks County School Board. But I've actually, we've always said we've invited everybody, put out the all call. So who knows who's going to call in, who's up for election tomorrow. But I suspect we'll be heavy on local school boards, what it means. And we just had a judge's ruling on Friday trying to influence future elections in Bucks County. So I'll talk about that as well. But
all right.
we have a lot. And then Anthony Hennon, I think, around 11:30, I think we have Anthony Hennon, Center Square. Wow, it's packed.
All right. Dawn Show in about 5 minutes as we wrap it up with Who Won Twitter today.
Who Won Twitter?
Who Won Twitter, sponsored by your Delaware Valley BMW Centers. Richard Notaro says, Nick, you can always go to Costco to save money on bulk items, and there are 2 Acme markets in Lower Marion Township. So there you go.
Not too far.
Not
too far. I don't venture over to Lower Marion too often, but
now through November 30th, the BMW Road Home Sales event lease an all-electric 2020 or 2024 BMW i5 eDrive 40 for $719 per month for 36 months with $7,069 due at signing. Details at bmwcenters.com. One day they will write this copy correctly. Today is not that day.
Today will not be that day.
Thank you, BMW Centers, for sponsoring Who Won Twitter.
Another chance tomorrow for a winner and for the copy to be right. All right, that'll do it for us. Everybody have a great rest of your Monday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show's coming up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Until then.
Good night, everybody.
You're invited to witness a groundbreaking documentary, America's Retirement Dilemma, a documentary of Wall Street's rigged system, featuring powerful exclusive interviews such as the top regulator over Wall Street, the Inspector General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, H. David Kotz, who indicates how Wall Street is rigged.
In the federal government, management is often a big challenge. Get the manager to do the right thing. It's a great concern.
The Chief Accountability Officer over the federal government, the United States Comptroller General, David Walker, further explaining the dilemma facing all Americans.
If we have another recession, the federal government doesn't have any more tools in its toolbox.
Hear these experts and more exclusive interviews with powerful industry leaders, esteemed economists, and top researchers at the Spring Mill Manor, November 14th. Registration is required. 1-800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Israel Defense Forces announced they've fully encircled Gaza City. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken arrives in Turkey on the last stop of his Middle East diplomacy trip. And Tyson recalls tens of thousands of pounds of dinosaur-shaped chicken patties after consumers report finding metal pieces of them.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, Pennsylvania, we need a talented team of thinkers, hard workers, innovators, protectors, and doers to power our Commonwealth forward. Are you ready to join the team?
NDOT is now hiring for equipment operators, mechanics, inspectors, and engineers. Jobs with great state benefits, generous time off, and room to grow. Apply online today at employment.pa.gov. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
On your drive home, you can make the one decision that can change your day. You can choose taste. You can choose quality. You can choose Captain Chucky's Crab Cake Company.